Tonight, let's drift into a soft night of acceptance. Set down the weight of the day like a heavy pack at a quiet temple gate. Feel your breath arrive and leave, like small waves on a moonlit shore. In these gentle Buddhist stories, nothing needs to be forced. We simply notice, allow, and soften. Acceptance is not giving up. It's giving space. As you listen, let the mind become wide and kind. The heart loosens. The body understands. Your only job is to rest, breathe, and let each story carry you a little closer to sleep. Night settles like a soft shawl over the temple courtyard. The bell hangs in the open air, a round moon of bronze, holding the quiet the way a cupped hand holds water. A monk steps forward. He lifts the wooden striker and pauses. Not frozen, not tense, just resting in the seam between what has not happened and what will. This is the first teaching, the stillness before sound. In that stillness, crickets count the night. A breeze moves through cedar, and your own breath arrives at the doorway of your chest. Feel that pause now, the gentle cradle between inhale and exhale. Nothing is missing. Nothing is late. The world is poised, like the monk, with the striker held softly in both hands. You are allowed to be here exactly as you are. There is no test to pass at the gate of rest. The striker touches the bell. Sound blooms without hurrying, round, whole, generous. It rises through the courtyard and over the tiled roofs, pours down the steps, and spills into the valley like warm tea into a waiting cup. You can't tell where it begins or where it ends. It is everywhere at once. Even the shadows seem to listen. The tone gathers the small pieces of the evening and gently says, "Yes, you belong." As you listen, you notice your breath following the curve of the sound. A long, slow in-breath that meets the note, and a long, slow out-breath that rides with it as it fades. Let your breath become that bell. Inhale, not a grab, just a welcoming. Exhale, no pushing, just an allowing. Inhale, the tone arrives. Exhale, the tone dissolves. There is nothing to fix in the ringing. It does not judge itself for being loud or soft, short or long. It simply offers itself to the moment and vanishes when it is finished. Acceptance is like this. We allow what comes, we allow what goes, and we bow to the space that holds both. The monk lowers the striker. He smiles because the silence is ringing too. The bell's voice lingers as a shimmer in the air, as a memory in the bones, as a hummingbird feeling beneath the breastbone. If thoughts appear, shopping lists, old conversations, tomorrow's weather, there is no need to chase them away or pull them closer. Bow to each one without words. A small nod inside the mind is enough. The thought sees the bow and keeps walking along the temple path, sandals whispering in the dust. Draw a slow breath in through the nose and let it travel like a soft lantern down the throat, across the chest, all the way to the belly. Let the belly receive it, like earth receives rain. Then release the breath as if you were setting a lantern into a river. Watch it float away without trying to follow. If another breath comes, and it will, receive it again with the same kindness. There is no end to this kindness. There doesn't need to be. The bell has many overtones. At first you hear the clear center of the note. Stay a little longer, and subtler voices appear. Silver threads that weave under and over the main tone. Tiny companions that only the patient can hear. Your body is like this. Beneath the obvious places of tightness, there are smaller knots, smaller softenings. Listen for them gently. Let the breath be your careful ear. Begin at the forehead, where thoughts like to perch. On the next exhale, let the skin there smooth out like calm water after a skipped stone. The eyebrows loosen. The space between them becomes a small meadow of quiet. The eyes rest a little heavier in their warm caves. Behind the eyes, imagine the bell's tone ringing through and clearing the dust. Move to the jaw. Perhaps it held the day like a rope in a storm. Unclasp it now. Let the teeth part just enough for a river of air to pass. Feel the tongue stop trying to hold the world in place. Let it rest like a leaf on a still pond. Inhale. The bell arrives in the jaw. Exhale. The bell bows and continues down the valley. The throat, the neck, long grasses in an evening wind. Let them sway. Shoulders melt toward the earth by a finger's width. That is enough. Collarbones widen like a door quietly open to the night. The heart space receives the echo of the bell and answers with its own slow rhythm. Thrum, pause, thrum. Each beat a wooden striker, each beat a reminder that life is ringing even when you forget to listen. The sound travels down the arms. Elbows unclasp. Forearms learn the weight of clouds. Hands, a temple garden of small stones, each finger a path between them. Lay the hands where they can be unimportant, where they don't have to reach or hold. Let them become listeners too. Follow the tone into the ribs. The breath does not need to be deep to be true. Let it be easy. On the inhale, the ribs bow outward in a small greeting. On the exhale, they return to their quiet seats. Lower, the belly rises like a hill and settles like dusk along the fields. Even lower, the pelvis, your quiet mountain, settles into the earth. Hips soften at their edges. The bell knows the way. Down the legs, the sound goes. Thighs, knees, calves, polishing the stone paths of muscle and tendon with patience rather than force. The ankles release their guard. The feet, faithful travelers, stop at last. The toes open like small gates to the ground beneath you, a ground that has never failed to hold you. The monk strikes the bell again, but more softly now. The tone is humble, a friendly visitor coming by the back door. Each strike is less about sound and more about permission. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to breathe without a purpose. You are allowed to let the world proceed without your constant gripping. Notice how often you have tried to hold the note of life in place. Notice how sweet it is to feel it ring and fade on its own. If unease arises, a twitch in the leg, a small ache, a restless corner of the mind, let it belong. Place it in the bowl of the bell and listen. Often, what we call discomfort is simply a note asking to be heard. The bell does not argue with its overtones. It includes them. You can include this too. Breathe in. Welcome. Breathe out. Stay as long as you need. Things that are welcomed usually do not need to shout. The night folds deeper. Lantern light softens along the walkway, each pool of gold a quiet island. Somewhere, a door slides open and closed with the tenderness of a page turning. Far off, a dog barks once, like a punctuation mark at the end of a drifting sentence. All of it is held in the same listening. You are not separate from this listening. You are the listening. Let your attention widen like a lake at dawn. Feel the simple miracle of air arriving and leaving without being pushed or pulled. Imagine the bell becoming your breath entirely, the in-breath as a gentle strike, the out-breath as a long, friendly ring. When the ring is finished, nothing is missing. The silence is its completion. The pause between breaths is the temple's courtyard, spacious, clean, open to stars. If memories arise, let them walk across the courtyard without stopping. If plans arrive, in shoes laced tight, let them nod to the bell and keep going down the hill toward tomorrow. The bell concerns itself with now. You can do the same. Sleep is not a task to achieve. It is a visitor who comes more quickly when you stop calling and simply leave the door unlatched. Once more, in your own rhythm. Inhale, as if you are the bell ready to sing. Feel the cool touch of night air. Feel the ribs' quiet bow. Exhale, as if you are the bell's kindness traveling outward in circles. Let the circles widen until they include the bed, the room, the building, the street, the trees, the river, the hills, and the sky. Let them widen until they forget to be circles at all. If you lose the bell, smile a little inside. You haven't failed. Bells are easy to misplace in the pockets of the mind. The good news is that the next breath is always here, ready to ring. Return without ceremony. Begin again without explanation. The bell never keeps score. The monk lays the striker down. He bows to the bell, and by some subtle gravity of kindness, you bow too. Ever so slightly, even if only in the heart. The bow says, "Thank you for the sound. Thank you for the silence. Thank you for the chance to rest." The bow says, "I accept this moment exactly as it is." Now the bell rings only inside you. Its tone is slower than thought, older than worry, lighter than sleep. The body, hearing what it has been waiting to hear, loosens another notch and another and another. The breath wanders down a long hallway of soft light and finds a door already open. There is nothing to do but step through, and so you do, inhaling as the threshold appears, exhaling as you cross it, carried by a note that keeps teaching the simplest truth. Every sound completes itself. Every breath completes itself. Every night eventually becomes a cradle. You are in that cradle now, held by the same quiet that holds the bell, the monk, the courtyard, the dark and tender earth. Keep listening as the tone becomes silence, as silence becomes sleep, and as sleep becomes the deepest kind of acceptance. Rest that needs no reason. The field wakes before the village does. Mist lies low between the furrows, like a blanket the earth forgot to fold. A farmer stands by his gate, listening to the quiet arithmetic of crickets withdrawing from the night, the slow creak of wood where the fence meets the morning. His horse, the good brown one with the white star, is nowhere in sight. The rope hangs empty, a soft question mark. Neighbours gather quickly in the way neighbours do, their faces like freshly turned soil, ready for opinion, ready for seed. Terrible luck, one says, shaking his head as if the shaking might make sense appear. First planting, and now this, another adds, already tasting the trouble in his mouth. The farmer's hands rest on the gate. He looks across his field, where dew pearls the new shoots, and breathes as if he were listening to a long story being told in a quiet voice. Maybe, he says, and the word lands like a feather. Not a defense, not a challenge, just room. Let your breath be like that, roomy. Inhale gently, as if you were taking in mist and birdsong. Exhale even more gently, as if you are placing the mist back where you found it. Let the shoulders drop their bags. Notice how much space appears when you do not name the moment too quickly. 2 nights pass. On the third, hoofbeats ring along the ridge. The brown horse returns with 3 wild companions, their manes like flags, their eyes bright with the honest surprise of being alive. The valley fills with the sound of 10 hooves, and the gate is tested by joy. The same neighbors arrive with new weather in their voices. "Wonderful luck," they say, as if they had always believed in such arrivals. The farmer strokes the brown horse's neck, feels the warmth under the coat, the simple fact of home. He looks at the new horses, nervous, strong, unpromised, and he nods. "Maybe," he says, and somewhere, a bird changes branches without ceremony. Breathe again. Notice how quickly the mind wants to tally. Plus, minus, success, failure. You're allowed to stand by the gate and not do arithmetic. You are allowed to let life show you what it is, one frame at a time. The farmer's son, eager and bright with the impatience of youth, tries to gentle one of the wild horses. He rides, falls, rides again, falls harder. By afternoon, he sits on the ground, pale, a leg bent where legs do not bend. Pain howls through the house like a winter wind through old boards. The neighbors return, carrying the old phrases as if they were tools. "Awful luck," they say, eyes wide, as if the saying itself might drive the pain out. The farmer sits with his boy, wraps the leg with clean cloth, pours water, adds a little ginger. His heart hurts in the private way a heart hurts when it loves. He holds that hurt the way one holds a sleeping bird, carefully, not too tight. "Maybe," he says, and the word does not diminish the pain. It makes a small, steady floor beneath it. You too can make a floor with your breath. Inhale and feel the air travel down to the belly. Exhale and feel a broad, quiet support appear under whatever you are feeling. Not a fix, not a trick, just a floor. Maybe. A week later, soldiers arrive, young men in old uniforms, collecting sons for a conflict that did not ask permission to be born. They pass by the house with the broken-legged boy and continue down the road. Mothers cry, fathers hide their hands, and the valley learns a new silence. "Such good fortune," the neighbors whisper, their voices mixed with relief and envy. The farmer watches the road's dust settle back into itself. He looks at his son asleep on the mat, the leg wrapped, the brow unfurrowed for the moment. "Maybe," he says, and turns to stir the rice. Seasons turn, as they do when no one tells them to. Spring leans into summer. The wild horses become less wild. They learn the shape of the barn door, the taste of the bucket, the way the farmer's voice means safety. The sun walks again, a little slower, but with eyes that linger longer on small things. The way water breaks around a stone, the quiet geometry of a spider's web left to dry on the fence. Sometimes life teaches by giving. Sometimes life teaches by taking. Often, it teaches by rearranging what we thought would never move. A storm comes without drama. A long, steady rain that at first feels like blessing. The fields drink deeply and turn the green that makes farmers sing under their breath. Then the rain decides to stay, and the earth begins to sag with it. The river, which usually speaks in a 3-note song, raises its voice and forgets to stop. Water finds places it was not invited. A new stream appears where a footpath once was. The neighbors stand in their doorways and call it misfortune, hammering the word into the air like nails. The farmer uses his shovel to make small channels that guide the water toward the old ditch. Maybe, he says to the sky, to the ditch, to the day that is doing what it is doing. Notice your own weather. Is there a rain inside you that stayed past its welcome? Is there a river that raised its voice? On the inhale, let everything be the way it is for a breath. On the exhale, make a small channel, a soft path for the feeling to move along. You are not required to control the rain. You are invited to listen to it. After the long rain, the earth, stubborn and forgiving, offers mushrooms along the edges of the field. Soft domes pushing up like moons. The farmer's wife gathers a few careful handfuls, the safe ones she knows from childhood, and cooks them with garlic. That night, the family eats slowly, grateful for the way something unexpected can turn warm and fragrant in a pan. Good fortune, the neighbors say when they hear of it, as if good fortune were a neighbor too. Maybe, the farmer answers, and hands them a small bowl. A traveling merchant arrives with bolts of cloth dyed the color of late peaches. He says the city is eager for grain, that the price is climbing like ivy. The neighbors salivate at the thought of coins. They plan, they scheme, they speak of luck as if it were an animal one could snare. The farmer runs his hand over the cloth, feeling the tiny ridges, the human time woven into it. He considers selling more than he usually would, considers holding back. The mind wants to lean hard in one direction or the other. He breathes, looks at his stores, at his family, at the sky that still holds its own counsel, and says to himself, maybe, which in this moment means we'll see. He sells a little, keeps a little, and goes to bed in the same small house with the same big peace. You can practice this too. When choice arrives dressed as urgency, make a small space in front of it. Inhale once, gently. Exhale twice as long. Notice how the choice looks when you stand a step back from it. You might find there are more colors in the cloth than you first saw. One autumn, a fox takes a hen. The yard tells the story in feathers. The sun, now surer on his mended leg, wants to set traps, his face bright with the righteous fire of protection. The farmer sits with him on the back step. He points to the horizon where the last of the daylight gathers like a promise it is not obliged to keep. We will mend the fence, he says, and keep the coop shut each night. The fox has its life, and we have ours. The son nods, not fully satisfied, but absorbing the larger fence his father builds with words. The neighbors call the fox theft bad luck and demand vengeance on the evening air. The farmer wipes his hands on his trousers and says, maybe, which this time means, we will live here with everything else that lives here. A drought follows a wet spring, as if the sky had swung to the other end of a thought and lost interest halfway through. Cracks appear in the soil like old lines on a hand. The neighbors weep over the brittle leaves and the wells that clear their throats before giving water. Terrible, they say, as if the word were a bucket that could bring water up from the dark. The farmer rises early, waters the garden while the shade still lies in long, useful stripes, and rests in the heat of afternoon rather than arguing with it. Maybe, he says to the cracked earth, to the bucket, to the sun that cannot help being what it is. Your breath can be a well that never minds being asked again. Draw it up slowly. Lower it back down. There is no scolding in it, no verdict. Only a rhythm that continues whether you praise it or not. Let that rhythm hold you the way a good field holds rain when it finally falls. In the next valley, A miller who laughed at the farmer's maybe wears a deep crease between his eyes from the weight of his judgments. He comes to borrow a tool and stays to rest in the shade of the farmer's tree. "How do you not get angry?" he asks, half curious, half tired. The farmer pours tea and watches the way steam curls and disappears, how nothing scolds the steam for leaving. "I do get angry," he says. "I just let it finish being angry." The miller stares at the tea as if it might answer. On his way out, he mutters, "Maybe," and the word sounds awkward in his mouth, like a new shoe, but it fits a little better by the next hill. Days return to their roundness. The son marries someone whose laughter feels like a door opening. Grandchildren arrive with hands that want to touch everything. The brown horse grows slower than slowest, and one morning does not rise. The family stands around the good body, their hands finding each other without planning to. Tears come and are not embarrassed to be seen. "What a loss," the neighbors say. "What a life," the farmer answers. And when a neighbor tries to press him into choosing one truth over the other, the farmer says, "Maybe," which here means both. The village learns to tease him fondly. When a pot breaks, they say, "Maybe." When a baby is born, maybe. When rain chooses a different field, or a stray dog chooses your yard, maybe. It becomes less a joke and more a gentle practice that tucks itself into speech like a seed, tucks itself into earth. The word softens edges, makes room at crowded tables, keeps the mind from slamming doors it will need to walk through again tomorrow. Let it soften you now. Breathe in and silently say, "This." Breathe out and silently say, "Maybe." Feel how the body loosens around those two small offerings. This, a boo to what is happening. Maybe, a bow to the part of the story you cannot see yet. Sleep loves to arrive where bows are made. Sometimes, late at night, the farmer steps outside and stands by the fence where the rope once hung empty. He looks at the same sky that has watched over births and storms and dinners and arguments and reconciliations and seeds that never sprouted and seeds that did, against all advice. The neighbors are asleep. The horses, new ones now, shift their weight in the barn. The world is busy being itself without asking for approval. The farmer breathes. He does not try to line up his life into columns that balance. He does not pretend not to care. He cares deeply and lets things be. "Maybe," he whispers to the stars, and the stars, being stars, say nothing at all. They simply shine. You can stand with him for a moment in that yard. Feel the coolness on your skin, the honest smell of soil and hay. The way the night has a pulse so slow it requires your whole body to hear it. Let your breath fall into step with that pulse, easy in, easier out. If a thought announces itself with big boots, you can meet it at the gate and say, "Maybe," which also means, "You may pass." If a memory comes tiptoeing, hand in hand with sadness, you can kneel and let it touch the ground here for a while. Then you can watch it stand up and walk off down the road, the way all visitors do. When you lie down, you do not have to decide whether the day was good or bad. You can set the ledger aside. You can let the story rest where it paused. The breath keeps turning pages quietly in the dark. This as you inhale, maybe as you exhale. Each cycle a soft gate that opens and closes without locking. Each gate an invitation to go a step farther into rest. And when sleep finally comes, it will not come because you solved anything. It will come because you made room. It will find you as the horse found its way home, as the rain found the ditch, as the fox found a way to survive, as the steam found the air. It will come to a body that is no longer rushing to verdicts, to a mind that trusts what it cannot yet see. It will come to a heart that can hold loss and laughter in the same hand and still have space for one small word that keeps each moment wide and kind. Maybe. Rain began in the grey hour when the world has not yet decided to be day. It stitched the sky to the earth with quiet threads, turning the path into a dark ribbon that gleamed where puddles gathered. 2 monks walked it in silence, straw hats shedding beads of water, robes heavy but uncomplaining. Each footstep made a soft sound, not unlike a sigh. The younger monk felt the cold along his shins and thought of a hearth. The elder monk watched the shape of breath as it rose and vanished in the wet morning air. They reached the stream when the rain had become a fine mist. The water had swollen beyond its usual banks, nothing wild, but more than a casual crossing. Stones that were normally friendly were now slick and half hidden, small islands with uncertain borders. On the near bank stood a woman in travel clothes, too thin for weather like this, a bundle at her feet wrapped in cloth. Her sandals were soaked, the hem of her dress a watercolor of mud. She looked at the monks with a mixture of relief and hesitation, palms pressed together in greeting that was also a request. Before the younger monk could form a judgment about what should or should not be done, the elder stepped forward, bowed briefly, and spoke with his eyes as much as with his voice. "May I help?" The woman nodded, a tremor of gratitude traveling through the set of her shoulders. The elder lifted the bundle, then lifted her, gently, as if moving a poem from one page to another, and waded across. Water pressed against his legs, cool and insistent, but he found the depth by feeling rather than fighting. On the far bank, he placed her down as one might place a cup, so it will not rattle. He set the bundle beside her, bowed again, received a flurry of thanks that he did not try to stop, and returned to the younger monk waiting in the drizzle. They walked on. For a while, the only conversation was between sandals and earth. The younger monk tried to return to the calm he'd been cultivating since dawn, but the mind tugged at him like a loose thread. Temple rules murmured in his memory, the lines about vows and conduct, hands clasped and eyes lowered, the careful walls that made the path simple. He watched the elder move with the same unhurried step as before, as if the river had simply been a part of what there was to cross, no different from a hill or a field of wildflowers. He kept his silence until it became too heavy to carry. Hours later, when the rain had given way to light and the path had risen into a stretch of pine, the younger monk cleared his throat. The question came out sharper than he intended, like a blade drawn too quickly. "We are not supposed to touch women." It echoed in the trees and sounded strange among the birds. The elder monk stopped. He turned his face toward the younger, and there was a softness in his eyes that made the younger feel both seen and a little small. "I put her down at the river," the elder said. "Are you still carrying her?" The younger monk felt the truth land in him with the quiet certainty of a stone finding the riverbed. He had been carrying her. The weight of the act, the imagined scolding of teachers, the rehearsed arguments and defenses, mile after mile. He had carried not the woman, but his idea of what had happened. He looked at his own hands, empty and yet tight. He loosened them. The path resumed beneath their feet. "Walk a step with them now," Let your breath be your walking. In, step. Out, step. Notice what you are carrying. Things that cannot be seen but have weight all the same. A comment you thought you should have answered. A choice you want to recut and stitch. An old rule book that kept you safe once and now keeps you busy. Hold each one up to the rain of your breath. See if it dissolves a little. The forest opened into a small village. Smoke lifted from low roofs in pale ribbons. A vendor under a patched awning sold steamed buns and poured tea from a tin kettle whose handle had been repaired with wire. The elder monk thanked him for the shade. The younger monk tried to thank him for the lesson he hadn't yet finished learning. They stood side by side, warming their hands around cups that made clouds of fragrance, roasted leaves, a hint of rice. A cart splashed past and sent a fan of muddy water over the younger monk's robe. He startled, felt heat rush to his face, the sudden wish to be dry, to be elsewhere, to undo the moment. The elder monk glanced down at his own robe, marked by the same spray, and then lifted his cup to his lips as if tasting exactly this were part of the practice. The younger monk breathed, a bit shaky, and remembered the river. He sat down the cart in his mind. The tea was good. The warmth returned his hands to his body. When they left the village, the road rose into terraced fields and then into a stretch of rock where the path narrowed and the wind practiced its long tones. A boy sat on a stone wall, tossing pebbles at a target carved into dirt. Miss, miss, glancing hit, miss. As the monks passed, the boy mimicked their gait and let out a high, exaggerated then giggled. The younger monk's jaw tightened, then softened. The elder answered the boy with a smile so ordinary it could not be mocked, and the two of them, old and young, bowed to each other without deciding to. Sometimes the world bumps into us and does not even know it has done so. Sometimes it bumps into us and means it. Either way, the bump is something we can carry or put down. If you find yourself holding the day's jostles like stones in your pockets, try this. Name one, silently, simply. Stone. Then on the exhale, place it on the roadside in your mind. Walk on. If you need to set it down a dozen times, set it down a dozen times. The road does not mind how often you pause. It has waited for centuries. By midday, they reached a shrine where a cedar grew through the roof, welcomed, accommodated, not argued with. They rested there, and the elder spoke first this time, voice as light as the dust motes performing their slow dances in the beam of sun. Long ago, he said, I would carry things for days. I thought that was carefulness. I learned it was just fatigue. He tapped his chest. This is a good basket. It can hold a lot, but it is happiest when it holds only what is needed to take the next step. What about rules? The younger asked, not to challenge now, but to find a seat for his concern. They are good walking sticks, the elder said, helpful until you start poking yourself with them. They laughed, and the laugh folded easily into the afternoon. A woman arrived at the shrine, old enough to have grandchildren, young enough to climb the hill without complaint. She offered the monks a handful of persimmons from her cloth bag. The fruit were imperfect, freckled, sweet. They ate, and the younger monk noticed how quickly his mind had wanted to make a story about offerings, about appearing worthy or unworthy, about earning kindness. He set that story by the cedar roots and enjoyed the stubborn way the fruit held to its own flavor. Clouds gathered again in the distant blue and stacked themselves like folded quilts. the monks began their descent. The path was the same path. The younger was not quite the same traveller. He noticed the habit to pick things up, the way a leaf might carry a memory it did not ask for, the way a glance from a stranger could acquire an entire drama if given the chance. Each time he caught himself packing his basket with these unasked-for items, he set one down. Not with self-anger, not with a lecture, but with the same small, courteous nod the elder had given the woman at the river. "Thank you. I don't need to take you with me. Try this now. Bring to mind an image from today that keeps returning. Hold it lightly for one full inhale, as if you were reading a label. Thought, memory, rule, wish. On the exhale, choose a place to put it. The riverbank, the cedar roots, a flat stone warmed by a brief sun. Lay it there. Notice the tiny ache of letting go, like a sleeve unbuttoned. Notice the relief too, which does not need to be dramatic to be real. They passed a field where crows were teaching each other about wind. The elder monk paused to watch, and the younger joined him, both of them quietly delighted by the way the birds seemed to agree on nothing and everything at once, turning, rising, letting go of one current to catch another. "They carry only what lifts them," the elder said. "The rest they release to the air." Near dusk, they reached an inn, the kind that is more roof than walls, more kindness than luxury. The keeper laundered their robes with the ease of someone who had done this for travellers all her life. She returned them warm and damp-smelling, the scent of soap and wood smoke braided together. The younger monk felt a shyness about his earlier sharpness and wanted to apologize again, to smooth out what was already smooth. The elder put a hand on his shoulder, not to silence, not to absolve, but to say, "It is already set down. Eat. Rest." They shared rice, pickled vegetables, a thin soup that tasted exactly like rain, finally meat in flame. The night animals began their work. Somewhere, a door closed with a note of finality that felt like a good sentence ending. The younger monk lay down on the mat, listening to the rain return in a fine, steady curtain. He thought of the woman at the river, now long gone along her own path. He thought of the elder, who never seemed to be in a hurry to be wise, and so was wise precisely when needed. He thought of all the rules he had used as armor and as guide, and how a guide becomes a friend when you stop making it a weapon. As sleep approached, gentle, unargumentative, like a familiar road, he practiced what the day had taught him. Breath in, notice. Breath out, set down. A face appeared, the vendor's or the boy's, or his own teacher's from years ago. And he bowed to it inside, and it bowed back, and then walked off the edge of his attention without falling, because the world, it turns out, is quite good at carrying itself. If some stubborn thought lingers for you now, if your mind keeps returning to the same bend in the stream, let the elder's words ripple through. "I put it down at the river. Are you still carrying it?" Not scolding, an invitation. You can put it down even if you picked it up again 100 times. The river has room. The cedar roots are patient, the roadside is long. Let your body learn the shape of putting down. Soften the brow as if setting a book on a bedside table. Release the tongue from the roof of the mouth as if untying a knot that does not need to hold. Let the shoulders slide a fraction toward the earth, as if easing a pack off after a long walk. Feel the bed meet you, not as a test, but as ground. Hear the rain on the inn's eaves and on the fields, and on the roofs of houses where neighbors turn in their sleep. All of it is the same rain. And now, with nothing in your hands, with only breath moving in and out, you may cross the last small stream between waking and dreams. Step into the water. It is cool and honest. Step out again. Whatever needed carrying has been carried far enough. Place it on the far bank. Bow to it. Walk on. The path is wide. The night is kind. The scholar climbed the stone steps with a mind full of weather. Arguments gathered into clouds behind his eyes. Winds of opinion tugged at his sleeves, and every few breaths he rehearsed a phrase he would say when the moment came to prove his learning. He had crossed 3 bridges and 2 valleys to reach this mountain temple, carrying no luggage but enough thoughts to fill a storeroom. A novice slid open the wooden door with a sound like a violin string being plucked. Tatami welcomed the scholar's feet. Paper screens softened the daylight into a quiet milk. Somewhere beyond, water dripped, paused, and dripped again, a metronome that belonged to no clock. The master entered as if he had always been there. Simple robe, eyes that did not hunt for anything. He bowed. The scholar bowed, and his bow was almost sincere. They sat. The master reached for a clay pot darkened by years of flame. Steam rose from the spout and made a small white hill in the air. The master lifted 2 cups, small, unpainted, perfect, because no one had asked them to be more than cups. The scholar began to speak about the nature of mind, the correct method of breathing, the 10 paradoxes he had sorted into a neat lattice in his head. The master began to pour. Tea met cup with a soft hush, as if 2 old friends had reunited. The scholar watched the cup fill, and he kept talking, adding reasons to reasons, conclusions to conclusions, building a careful house of answers on the air. The tea reached the lip. The master did not stop. It climbed a fraction higher, curved, then spilled, first as a suggestion, then as a decision. It ran over the sides, warmed the scholar's fingers, drew a dark circle on the mat. "Stop!" the scholar blurted, startled into honesty. "The cup is full." The master set down the pot. He looked at the shining puddle, then at the scholar, with the same softness one might use to regard a child who has remembered his own name. "Yes," he said, "and while it is like this, nothing new can enter." The scholar's mouth closed. The room grew larger in the quiet. A sparrow landed on the window frame and tested its voice once, twice, satisfied. The scholar looked at the tea on his hands. It smelled like toasted grass and rain on hot stone. He felt the heat find his skin and then leave. He felt the first little hole open in the cloth of his certainty. "Show me how," he said at last. It was not a surrender so much as a setting down. The master nodded toward the cup in the scholar's hands. "Empty it." The scholar lifted it, drank. The warmth travelled the old road from mouth to throat to belly, leaving ease where it passed. He drank until the cup showed him his own face, small, wobbled by the curve, but his. "Good," said the master. "Now, the other cup." The scholar looked around. There is no other cup. The master tapped lightly on the scholar's forehead. "There is." They both laughed, and the laugh felt like opening a window. The master poured again, this time in such a way that the tea stopped just below the brim. No drama, no lesson to be forced. He placed the pot down and folded his hands. "We'll sit," he said, "and when a thought comes, we will bow to it and let it pass, as we would bow to a traveller on the road." They sat. The The scholar watched the first thought approach, bright, loud, dressed in academic robes. He bowed, awkwardly, but he bowed. The thought, surprised to be acknowledged without debate, wandered on. The next came smaller, a memory of his father's voice on a winter morning. He bowed to that too, and felt his chest loosen as the voice continued down the path, humming to itself. "Breath," the master said, as if reminding a tide to come in. "In and out. There is nothing to hold." The scholar felt the inhale like water drawn from a well, cool, clean, simple. He felt the exhale like water given back, easy, complete. He noticed that each breath knew its own length. It did not need a ruler. He noticed the space at the bottom of the exhale, a small meadow of nothing special. He sat there for a moment, not counting, not clinging, and let the next inhale find him when it was ready. "You don't empty by dumping," the master said at last. "You empty by allowing." They rose and walked to the garden. Raked gravel held the memory of waves. Moss held the memory of rain. Rocks stood in their exact places with the dignity of mountains who had agreed to live small. The master handed the scholar a broom. "Sweep the path," he said, "so our feet meet less chaos." The scholar obeyed. Leaves gathered. Wind reconsidered and scattered a few. He gathered again, and this time when the wind borrowed some leaves back, he did not take it as a personal failure. He swept to sweep. "Opinion is like leaves," the master said, watching. "You may gather them for a while, but the tree will continue to be a tree." They shared rice and pickles under the eaves, listening to rain discover the roof. The master refilled the scholar's cup, not to the top, but to just enough. "How much is enough?" the scholar asked. "Enough to drink," the master said, "and enough to share." When the rain paused, they walked a narrow path behind the kitchens that led to a small library. Shelves held sutras and small scrolls wrapped in cloth. The scholar felt the tug of study, the old hunger to put knowledge where worry had been. He reached for a text, stopped halfway and turned to the master. "If I read, will I not fill again?" "You will," the master said, "but you will also learn what to fill with. Emptying and filling are friends. We drink, we pour, we work, we rest. The mistake is to believe the cup must always be full or always empty." They unrolled a single scroll and read one line aloud. "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." The words fell into the room and disappeared without a splash, like snow into the sea. The scholar waited for his mind to build a house around the sentence. When he felt the first scaffolds rise, he smiled and let them fall. "Maybe later," he said to his own cleverness, and his cleverness, unused to being treated kindly, agreed. They returned to the meditation hall for the afternoon sitting. The master spoke only twice. The first time, "Notice where you are gripping." The scholar scanned his body like a drifting lantern. He found the little fist behind his brow, the jaw that had learned to guard the mouth, the shoulders that had mistaken the sky for a weight. On each exhale, he loosened a knot, not yanking the rope, just letting it remember its original straightness. The second time, "Make a shelf." The scholar imagined a simple wooden shelf on the wall of his mind. Each time a thought arrived with urgency, a plan, a worry, a desire to be seen as wise, he placed it there. He did not throw it away. He did not clutch it to his chest. He set it on the shelf with a small tag. Later. The shelf did not protest the load. It simply held, as shelves do. In the quiet that followed, breath became a wide river with room for boats to pass. By evening, the scholar felt something he didn't have a name for yet. He thought of words like lightness, wideness, ease, and then he stopped thinking and allowed the feeling to be itself. The master brewed a final pot of tea. The sun turned the edge of the clouds to copper and then to nothing. The day folded the way a letter folds before it is tucked into a sleeve. "Tell me what you learned," the master said. The scholar looked into his cup and found no speech there. He set the cup down and placed his palms together. "I learned to stop answering questions that were not asked," he said slowly. "I learned that my breath is generous without me." He touched his forehead lightly with 2 fingers. "I learned where the other cup is." The master nodded. "Good. Now, tonight, as you lie down, keep a little space at the rim. Sleep does not like to be poured into a brimming mind." The scholar's room was simple. A mat, a blanket folded with geometric patience, a small alcove with a flower that leaned toward whoever looked. He lay down and felt the day test the habit of returning. Thoughts knocked politely. Some did not knock at all. He made the shelf. He set a few things upon it. The sentence he wanted to impress the master with tomorrow. The worry about how his colleagues would receive this new, softer him. The taste of tea which he was tempted to chase. He left the shelf lit by a lantern and turned toward the window, where night had put on its calm. You can do this now. Picture your own shelf, wooden, metal, stone, or empty air that holds because you have decided it can. On your next inhale, see one item in your hands, today's unfinished email, a face you are trying to read, a mistake rehearsing itself. On the exhale, set it down. Feel the little click as it meets the surface. There. It is not lost. It is simply not in your hands. Let your breath become a quiet cup ceremony. Inhale, lift the pot. Feel the cool of air along the nostrils, the slight expansion under the ribs, the belly making room. Exhale, pour just enough. Sense the warm settling of the body as it receives. Pause. Taste. The pause does not need to be long to be complete. It is a sip, not a speech. If you notice a place that insists on fullness, the mind's chatter, the chest's tightness, a knot behind the knee, visit it the way the master visited the overflowing cup, with attention, not attack. You might imagine steam rising from that place, taking something with it each time. A syllable of complaint, a grain of fear, a single unnecessary opinion. Watch steam disappear and leave warmth behind. Emptiness is not cold, it is usable space. The innermost room of the temple is not a secret hall, but a moment like this one, when you are willing to meet the world without naming it first. The scholar remembered the river of words he had carried up the mountain. He felt affection for the part of him that believed speech could keep him safe. He felt gratitude for the silence that showed him another kind of safety, the kind that does not depend on being right. Rain began again, a finer brush now, painting the roof with strokes so constant they became one sound. The scholar let that sound pour into the room until it reached the brim, then overflowed into the night, which had room for everything. He rested on his back and imagined his spine as a board resting across 2 stools, his breath planing the boards smooth until no splinters remained to catch on thought. He turned to one side and felt the bed accept him, not as a guest to impress, but as a friend returning home without a story to tell. If a thought returns, hand it a cup and invite it to sit quietly beside you. Most will leave when they see there is nothing to drink but now. If one insists on staying, let it. The room has space, the bed has space, your breathing has more space than it knows what to do with. You can sleep with a thought at the edge of the room the way you can sleep with rain at the edge of the roof. Somewhere, a bell answered the hour with a single soft note. It entered the room, bowed, and departed. The scholar's last waking feeling was of the cup in his chest, light, open, ready. He did not try to keep it empty. He did not try to fill it. He let it be used by the next breath and returned. He let the day pour itself out of him and into the darkness that knows how to hold. He felt the simple truth settle like tea leaves at the bottom of a pot. When there is room, rest arrives. And so it does. As your breath lengthens and your hands grow warm, as your jaw remembers its rightful distance from your thoughts, as the room grows kind and the night grows near, you may empty a little more. A corner of the brow, the story called tomorrow, the echo of an old argument that no longer needs furniture. Leave a small space at the rim. Let sleep find it and pour itself in, not all at once, but enough. Enough to drink, enough to share with the morning, enough to wake with a cup that can be filled again, carefully, by whatever is truly needed. Morning light slid across the refectory floor in slow rectangles, warming the grain of old wood and the pale edges of tatami. The bowl had lived a long time on those tables, passed from hand to hand at dawn when rice was plain, and steam seemed to whisper, passed again at dusk when soup's gentle salt softened the tongue and the edges of the day. It had held rainwater for flowers in spring and wheat-coloured tea in autumn. It knew the clatter of chopsticks and the quiet of being washed. It had a small, almost secret freckle in the clay near the rim, a spot the potter might have smiled at and spared. The monk who carried it that morning was not clumsy. He walked the way practice teaches you to walk, aware of feet, of floor, of the space between. But a sleeve brushed a sleeve. A thought glanced away at a bird flashing past the open door. And the bowl, that faithful moon of earth, slipped. It met the floor with a sound like a bell that had lost its way. A bright, final note. Then, many notes at once. It shattered into a small constellation, pieces arranged by chance into a map no one could have drawn. The room inhaled. Someone at the far table stopped mid-motion, a pair of chopsticks hovering in the air. A novice's eyes widened in the naive way eyes widen when the world proves it is not made of unbreakables. The monk knelt. He did not rush to apologize to the air, did not try to pretend it had not happened, or that he could rewind his hand. He bowed. A full bow, the way one bows to a teacher. His forehead almost touched the floor that had received the bowl. A laugh sputtered in the doorway, nervous, half kind, half cruel, the sound people make when they don't know where to place their discomfort. Why bow to a mistake? Someone offered, trying to turn the moment into a joke, trying to escape the bright honesty of brokenness. The monk looked up, his expression calm and a little tender, as if the question itself were a child. I bow to what is, he said, and to what it will teach. He gathered the pieces, not as a thief gathers, not hurried, as a gardener gathers fallen petals too beautiful to leave to the wind. He placed them on a cloth that had once been a robe. Some shards were thin as petals, some were thick as thumbnails. He found the rim in 3 large arcs, like the curved ribs of a small animal. He found dust, yes, even dust, and folded the cloth so it would not blow away when the door moved. The bowl's life did not end on the floor. It changed rooms. In a quiet workshop tucked behind the kitchen gardens, where the smell of soil and wood smoke braided into a single, honest scent, the monk laid the cloth and opened it as one opens a letter written to oneself. He lit a stick of cedar and let the smoke bless the work without naming it. On a shelf stood small jars, sap dark as old honey, powdered minerals, a pinch of gold in a tiny paper envelope that looked too light to hold anything valuable. Repair began not with gold but with patience. The monk cleaned each shard with water and soft cloth, removing oil, removing the day, leaving only clay and its memory. He prepared the lacquer, urushi, tapped from trees that do not hurry to give. Thick, slow, exact. He mixed it with fine rice flour for strength, with clay dust for body. He practiced breathing that matched the material. Not urgent, not tired, simply steady. One by one he touched edges with lacquer and married them again. A piece found the next piece the way 2 notes in a song recognize each other. The fit was not perfect. Perfect would have been untrue. Where gaps remained, he did not force. He let the lacquer say, "I'll hold you. I am flexible. I will cure in the dark. I know how to become strong." There is a darkness that is not absence, but incubation. He placed the joined pieces in a cupboard with damp walls and patient air. The lacquer needed moisture to set, a paradox that felt like a teaching. Sometimes hardness grows from softness. Sometimes strength grows from humidity and time. He closed the cupboard and bowed to it the way he had bowed to the floor. Days passed. He had other duties, sweeping, reciting, tending the small garden that believed in him enough to grow. But each day he returned to the cupboard, to the bowl that was becoming itself again. He sanded gently where edges had lifted. He added lacquer where the seam asked for more. He waited longer than he wanted. Waiting, too, is a craft. When the structure was sure, no more wobble, no risk that the next sip would become a spill, he mixed lacquer again. This time thin and glossy. He painted the seams with care, the way one traces the lines of a palm, reading a life without pressing. Before the lacquer lost its tack, he opened the paper that held powdered gold. It gleamed too brightly at first, like a shout in a library. He breathed and remembered that gold, like ego, is dangerous when flung, humble when dusted. He took a fine brush, dipped it in the gold, and touched the seams. The gold found the lacquer as swallows find the evening air. It settled where the brokenness had been joined, and suddenly, what was once a wound became a path, not a hiding, an honoring, not an erasure, an inscription. The bowl returned to the shelf days later, drying in light that could not pry secrets loose. From certain angles, it looked like an ordinary bowl wearing thin lines of dawn. From others, it looked like a map of a country you have finally decided to call home. Someone new to the temple reached for it and then paused, unsure if the bowl, beautiful as it was, should be saved for looking at. The monk smiled. "It was made to hold," he said. "Let it hold." So the bowl returned to its useful life, warm rice fogging the gold to a soft blur, tea leaving rings that washed away, the dip of a ladle sounding a small ceramic note. The seams did not flinch under heat. They did not complain under cold water. They were not fragile promises. They were worked strength. Each time the bowl was lifted, the hands that held it learned something about how to hold a life that has been broken and remade, not with fear, not with pity, but with respect. At evening practice, the abbot spoke quietly about the repair without making it a sermon. "We are not fixed by hiding our cracks," he said. "We are made whole by revealing where we are tender and by joining there." A novice whispered to another, "But why gold?" The abbot heard as abbots hear. "Because it shows that what was once a weakness has become where we shine. Because we remember better when it glitters." The monk who had dropped the bowl did not become famous for it. He did not start an art form or write a poem. Or perhaps he did, but that is not this story. He simply went on living, making small mistakes and bowing to them, making small repairs and waiting for them to cure. He noticed, with a sweet shock, that others began to confide their fractures to him. A friend's voice lowered to admit fear, a novice's hands twisting as he spoke of a lie told long ago, an old man in the village confessing that he still missed his dog with a boy's ache. The monk did not rush to lacquer their words. He sat, he breathed, he said, "Let's look at the pieces." He said, "We can join them when the time is right." He said, "You will not be less when you are mended." The bowl was not the only thing to break, of course. A cup met a careless elbow. A roof tile surrendered to a winter freeze. A heart cracked a little when a letter did not arrive. The temple became a place where breaking did not mean banishment. There were cloths ready for gathering, cupboards where patience lived, jars labeled with gentle hands. The craft of repair slipped into the water, the rice, the conversations, so that even disagreements learn to cure in darkness instead of hardening in heat. When the monk washed the bowl at night, he often paused to run a thumb along a golden line. It was not pride, it was gratitude. He felt the tiny uplift of the seam, the way it met his skin like a raised letter in a book, and he read it again. "You are allowed to be changed." He breathed out and felt his shoulders drop by the thickness of a coin. Sometimes he imagined the bowl's first life, a kiln full of fire, the potter's wheel turning clay into form. He imagined the potter's hands, firm, patient, letting the clay be clay and not forcing it to be glass or wood. He understood then that repair is a kind of second potter's wheel, a turning towards shape after collapse. Form again, emptiness again, form again. On a day when the sky remembered how to be blue after a week of rain, a visitor came, a scholar with careful shoes, a woman carrying a child, a carpenter whose hands never forgot to measure. They ate, they listened to the wind trespass through bamboo, and when tea was poured, the repaired bowl travelled among them without ceremony. The scholar noticed the gold and asked for its story. The woman traced the line with her eyes and held her child closer, as if the seam had reminded her of another tender joining. The carpenter weighed the bowl's balance and nodded, recognizing good work across crafts. That evening, as the sun became an ember under the horizon and the first bat wrote its tiny cursive on the air, the monk took the bowl outside. He placed it on the stone step and watched the last light catch the gold. The seams glowed like small rivers seen from high above. He thought of all the places in himself he had tried to keep unchipped, all the ways he had failed, all the ways he would fail again. He thought of the cupboard's damp, how long he'd had to wait, how sometimes even waiting has to be waited for. He felt an ache in his chest, old, known, and for once did not try to smooth it. He bowed to it. He whispered, "You can stay." The ache eased in the way an animal eases when it is not chased. Night gathered. The bowl was a circle holding darkness. Stars arrived, scattered and patient. The monk lifted the bowl, turned it once in his hands, and felt the simple weight of a thing that had been forgiven and had learned, in being forgiven, to be strong. He returned it to its place. If you are listening with your whole body, you might find your own seams warming. Perhaps they are not golden yet. Perhaps they are only lacquer, tacky, new, requiring that little damp cabinet of time. You can close the door gently. You can check again tomorrow and the next day. Not tugging to see if the glue is set, just trusting that it will set because that is what glue does when given what it needs. Patience is not passive. It is an active shelter. There will be days when you think, "Let me be without cracks." There will be other days when you feel a hairline fracture open, not with drama, but with a quiet click inside, and you will think, "I am coming apart." On those days, remember the cloth on which the pieces were gathered. Remember the hands that sorted without scorn. Remember that dust was not swept aside as useless. It was mixed into the mending, so that even what seemed too small to keep became part of the strength. Later, much later, when the bowl had lived through many repairs, because once mended, we do not become immune to life, it sat on the same shelf and watched a younger monk reach for it with the softness that comes from having dropped his own bowl once or twice and having learned the way back. The old lines shone, new lines joined them. The bowl was now more gold than clay at the rim, a crown formed by years of honest accidents and steady hands. At meals, no one spoke of good luck or bad luck anymore when something broke. They said, "Ah," the way one says, "rain," and then they fetched the cloth. They did not glorify breaking. They did not seek it. They simply welcomed it when it naturally came, the way they welcomed spring, the way they welcomed sleep at the end of practice. Life arrives, life cracks, life is joined. Each stage teaches, each stage is life. When you lie down tonight, you might feel the day as a bowl in your hands, warm, imperfect, repaired in places you cannot see. You can bow to it. You can set it on the bedside shelf of your mind and let the lacquer cure while you rest. Breath in, gather the pieces. Breath out, join them. Breath in, patience. Breath out, gold. Without rush, without spectacle. Something in you learns again how to hold. And if you wake in the night and find a seam aching, you can touch it lightly with attention. That is the brush. You can dust it with kindness. That is the gold. You can promise it darkness and time. That is the cupboard. Then you can turn back towards sleep, not fixed, not finished, but joined enough to be carried by the soft hands of the hour. In the morning, you will pour tea, you will eat, you will live in your mendedness. The lines will catch the light, and those who love you will learn the way home by following them. The pond did not ask for the moon. It simply held whatever the night offered. Stars scattered like seeds, a drift of cloud like pale smoke. The slow passing of a heron whose legs wrote thin letters across the surface. When the moon rose, round and steady, The pond received it without reaching, the way a quiet mind receives a sound and lets it finish being a sound. A child came running along the path, feet thudding softly on damp earth, breath making small clouds in the cool air. "Look," he whispered to no one, to everyone. "The moon is in the water." He crouched at the bank, knees muddy, eyes wide, and watched the perfect circle tremble with the weight of his own excitement. A breeze wandered through reeds, and the moon broke into 1,000 bright coins, each one shaking with its own tiny shiver. The child's mouth fell open. "It's broken," he said, grief rising as fast as the ripple. An old gardener, who tended water as carefully as he tended soil, looked up from his slow work. He had spent years watching reflections mistake themselves for the thing they mirrored. He walked to the child and knelt so their eyes lived at the same level. "Look up," he said gently. The child lifted his gaze, and there was the moon itself, whole, indifferent to breezes, a calm white lantern pinned to a darker silk. The boy's shoulders loosened. His breath remembered how to be round. He looked down again and laughed at the coins rejoining themselves, at the way they tried to be a circle again, and almost succeeded. "The moon wasn't in the water," the gardener said. "The water was in the moon. You can sit by the pond now. The bench is the right temperature for night. The reeds are practicing patience. The frogs are practicing the same song they have always sung. Your own breath is a tide that keeps finding the shore of your ribs and leaving again, leaving a subtle polish behind. You might notice something in you that wants to lean over the water and fix the reflection. Cup your hands and smooth the ripples. Command the wind to hush. Let that part of you sit too. It's only trying to protect a beauty it thinks is fragile. A dragonfly sketches loops above the lilies, a silver scribble you can read if you stop trying to read it. The pond holds everything that leans toward it, clouds and insects, the lantern at the temple gate, your face when you look down. The pond does not ask, "Is this good? Is this bad?" It asks only, "What is?" Then it says yes to that, and yes again, even when yes looks like a crumpled leaf or a stray feather drifting past. Thoughts arrive like breezes. Some slip across the surface with kindness, others gust. Either way, the moon remains unharmed. There is a part of you like that, wide and quiet, unaffected by what passes through the shallows of mind. You do not have to build it. It is already there. You can remember it the way the gardener remembers to look up. Try this with your next breath. Inhale and let the air be the night sky. Feel the coolness at the nostrils, the ribs spreading like little wings. Exhale and imagine the pond, softening, smoothing, not because you demanded stillness, but because you stopped wading. Inhale and glance up inside yourself, the way the child did. Exhale and glance down again, more forgiving of the ripples than before. A carp noses the surface, makes a slow widening ring that travels farther than the moment deserves. Some thoughts are like that, a single memory, a name, a plan. And the circles keep moving until they touch every edge of your attention. There is nothing wrong with rings expanding. If you don't chase them, they become too wide to see. If you don't stand in the water to stop them, your feet stay warm and dry on the bank. The gardener settles beside you, not to teach with words, but to share the quiet competence of someone who has trimmed these reeds and skimmed this surface through many seasons. He shows you how he rests the net on the water without plunging, how it lifts what needs lifting, fallen blossoms, a twig, without stirring the deeper layers. Skim, don't dig, his hands say. Let what belongs below remain below. In your own mind, you can do the same. A thought rises that wants scooping. Skim, lift, lay it on the grass. No performance, no scolding, no drama in the wrist. Wind gathers briefly and the pond grows rough, a small storm rehearsing itself. Across the way, someone opens a sliding door. A rectangle of yellow spills out and breaks into floating pieces on the chop. The child claps at the trick, then remembers. Look up. The window is steady in the house. The house is steady on the earth. The earth is steady in space. Your awareness is steady in you. Sometimes we mistake the surface for the source. We measure ourselves by the smoothness of water, then call ourselves failures. When a wind arrives we did not schedule. You don't need to be glass to be peaceful. You can be water, moving, reflecting, letting go. Trying to force stillness creates more waves. Standing still on the bank lets them forget you. On the far side of the pond, a willow leans, green hair combed by the night. The tips of her branches meet the surface and draw lines that quickly erase themselves. Your day did that too. Drew lines, errands, conversations, surprises, and now evening has begun to smooth them. Let it. If a line insists on staying, the sentence you wish you hadn't said, the silence you wish you had kept, watch how even that stubborn mark blurs at the edges when you stop tracing it with your finger. Beneath the reflection, real fish move in real water. The pond has a top and a bottom. The bottom holds stones, old leaves, slow secrets. You do not need to see everything to rest. You can trust what is below to be below tonight. You can let the unseen handle itself. If something from the depths rises, greet it as you would greet a turtle that surfaces beside you. A small smile, a little space, no rush to make it speak. If you want a simple practice, the gardener will hand you one as easily as he would hand you a rake. On the inhale, silently say, moon. On the exhale, silently say, pond, moon, pond, moon, pond. Not as magic words, but as reminders. There is what is truly here, awareness, and there is what shows up in it, experience. Sometimes the two coincide so neatly you forget they are distinct. Sometimes they wobble apart and you feel like you're losing something. You're not. Look up. Look down. Let both be true. A moth kisses the lantern and pulls away. Your mind will do that. Touch heat, recoil, try again. You can let it learn at its own pace. You can keep your lap soft the way the bank keeps its grass soft. If worry lands there, you don't have to make a nest for it or flick it away. Let it sit until it remembers it has wings. Now, bring the pond inside. Not as a picture, as a behavior. Your face is the surface. Your breath is the weather. How would you hold a breath if it were a reflection you didn't want to hurry? Draw it in slowly, like a full moon rising over the ridge of your ribs. Let it spread a thin silver across your chest. Release it even more slowly, so the silver can drain without leaving streaks. If another breeze of thought comes, and one will, notice the new pattern on the surface, and remember that patterns are what water does when wind happens. If you are tempted to analyze each ripple, consider the heron. It stands on one leg and does not write essays about rain. It studies without naming, moves when movement is necessary, makes a clean strike when dinner passes beneath, then returns to stillness that is never rigid. You could be a little heron-like with your own experience, quiet while you watch, efficient when you act, quiet again while you digest. The child has found a stick and is tracing circles in a shallow, inventing a moon that obeys his hand. He giggles and destroys it, makes it again, destroys it again. You have done this with your day. Drawn a plan, erased it, redrawn it better, erased it again. It's fine. The pond does not keep score of circles, it keeps being a pond. A cloud shoulders in front of the moon and suddenly the water holds only cloud. The child looks up, reassured to find the moon temporarily gone on purpose. Your mind will have clouds like this, dense, convincing, parked directly in front of what you know. The point isn't to banish the cloud. The point is to remember there's a sky where clouds belong and a wind that moves them along when it's time. While you wait, you can listen to frogs. While you wait, you can rest your hand on the bench and feel the grain as if it were a map back to yourself. Someone asks the gardener, "How long until the pond becomes still?" He smiles without measuring, "As long as it takes for us to stop stirring." Then he adds, because he has learned kindness inside precision, "And even when it stirs, the moon is fine." Your body hears this and loosens one notch, then another. The jaw releases its job as gatekeeper. The tongue floats in its warm lake. The brow, which has been trying to iron creases out of the night, softens. The shoulders settle like birds who have found their branch at last. The belly remembers it is a bowl and not a drum. The hands, which once thought readiness meant fists, become gentle rocks at the edge of the pond, present, heavy in the best way, shapely with rest. If a memory steps to the bank, footfalls you recognize, let it take a drink. You do not have to push it in or pull it back. Many visitors become polite when offered water. If a regret comes in armor, let it see its reflection, wearing the same metal, and laugh at itself. If an old fear shuffles near, let the frogs sing between you until you both forget why you came. There is a teaching hidden in the way ripples fade. What continues without your help does not need your help. Your heartbeat, the earth turning, the way a hurt, when not rehearsed, gets bored and wanders off to find someone more attentive. You can practice neglecting what wants drama. You can practice paying attention to what wants peace. Breath entering, breath leaving, the unremarkable heroism of lying still and letting the night do its work. By now the moon has stepped higher and is less likely to fall into your pocket if you bend. The surface has learned you. It responds to your non-interference with a kindness that looks like clarity. The gardener wraps his shawl a little tighter. The child yawns so openly the pond almost yawns back. A breeze passes and the water ruffles, but you can see through the ruffle to the shape of the whole. That is enough. It has always been enough. Before you stand, the gardener gives you one more small thing. When a ripple comes that feels like too much, he says, put one palm on your chest and one on your belly. The top hand says, I see the sky. The bottom hand says, I feel the pond. Breathe once into both at the same time. Then look up and then look down. You will remember. Try it. Top hand. The quiet lantern of awareness, steady behind everything. Bottom hand, the water, warm with life, moving because it is alive. Inhale to meet them both. Exhale to let them greet each other without you translating. It is a small gesture, almost nothing. It opens a door that was never locked. When you finally rise, your weight feels like permission rather than burden. The path back is the same path here. The reeds whisper your name in a way that includes everyone's name. The lantern keeps burning. The moon keeps being itself. The pond, left alone, resumes its art of mirroring whatever comes, then letting it go without a goodbye party. Take this with you to your bed. Your pillow can be a bank. Your breath can be a breeze that has learned manners. If thought begins to splash, remember that splashing is just water being water with extra enthusiasm. Laugh a little inside if you can. If you cannot, be kind to the part of you that forgot how. Lie on your side and let one long exhale lengthen like a shadow. Watch the surface, your mind, settle enough to reflect something simple. The shape of the window, the hint of a star, the echo of a bell from the far temple, not as sound but as memory of sound. Look up, inside, to the steady lantern that does not flicker even when the curtains move. Look down, inside, to the pond that does not mind being pond. Moon, pond, moon, pond. If you lose the sequence, smile. The moon will wait. The pond will forgive. Soon the boundary between looking up and looking down thins. The two become one gesture. The reflection and the reflected stop arguing about who is real. Your breathing grows so quiet that even the frogs lower their voices, as if not to disturb you. Sleep comes the way fog comes, known by what it softens rather than by its arrival. It spreads over water and grass and the old wooden bench and your face. The moon stays where it has always been. The pond keeps its small secrets and its big honesty. And you, reflecting both, are held by a night that never demanded stillness to be kind. Wind came in from the sea with a long, low voice, and the mountains answered by passing it along from ridge to ridge until it reached the grove. Bamboo stood in green ranks, tall and hollow, with the clean architecture of things that don't pretend to be more than they are. The first gust slid through the leaves like a hand through water. The second bent the culms, deep, deeper, until they looked ready to surrender. They didn't. They bowed, held, and rose, a soft chorus of creaks and hushes. The grove survived, not by standing rigid, but by agreeing with the wind just enough to remain itself. A monk watched from the temple veranda, sleeves drawn close, eyes quiet. He had learned long ago that storms rarely ask for opinion. Beside him, a novice gripped the railing as if he could hold the weather still. "Master, they'll snap," the novice said, when a taller stalk arced so low its leaves brushed the wet stones. The monk shook his head. "Bamboo remembers." He tapped his chest. "We can remember too." You can stand with them for a while and listen. The sound of bamboo in wind is a music without hurry. Leaves whispering as though passing a secret down a long line. Joints flexing with a sound like old leather made gentle by use. The occasional hollow knock of one stalk greeting another. The air is busy. The roots are calm. Beneath the surface, rhizomes hold the grove together, a quiet network that has nothing to prove. Let your breath take a lesson from that. Inhale the way the grove fills with wind, full but not strained. Exhale the way it lets wind go, completely, without effort, without regret. If you feel yourself bracing somewhere, the jaw that wants to be a clamp, the shoulders rehearsing their favorite shrug, invite those places to be bamboo, to bend, not break. Years earlier, before the novice had arrived, an old craftswoman came to the temple carrying a bundle of cut bamboo, each piece chosen for straightness and ringed by the dark punctuation of its nodes. She set up under the eaves and began to split and plane and weave. Strips became a basket that held its shape precisely by yielding in 100 tiny ways. "Strength is how you move with what presses you," she said to anyone who paused to watch. She handed a thin strip to a child who had been staring, and the child tried to snap it. It would not oblige. It arced and sprang back, smiling its green smile. The monk kept one of her baskets near the altar for fruit and tea cakes. He would lift it sometimes and press gently at the rim, feeling how the whole thing flexed and then refound itself. "This," he would tell his students, "is a good model for a day." The storm gathered and then loosened, as storms do. The novice's grip softened on the railing. "How do they not fall?" he asked. "They're hollow," the monk said. "They leave a space for wind to pass through. They are light, so they're hard to topple, and they are tied to each other under the earth." He looked at the novice. "Hollow is not empty, it is room. Let your own hollow places become rooms now. Behind the sternum, where worry sometimes pushes furniture against the walls, make a small clearing with your next exhale. Let air move through without having to squeeze. Imagine your spine as a bamboo stalk, segmented, strong at the nodes, flexible between. On your inhale, feel those nodes, neck, mid-back, low back, lengthen as if you had just grown a ring. On your exhale, let the spaces between soften. A village sits beyond the grove, reached by a path that tries to be straight and fails, the way good paths do. In a house near the path, a flute maker cures bamboo for shakuhachi. He hangs culms in shade, turns them now and then, lets time do most of the work. "If I rush the drying, the sound will be narrow," he explains to his apprentice. "If I wait, the music will be wide." When the culms are ready, he cuts and drills and burns, then polishes until his hands know more than his eyes. He lifts the finished flute to his lips and breathes. A tone arrives that is not quite sadness and not quite joy, a clear, patient voice that remembers wind and adds intention. That night, while the wind writes its large handwriting over the hills, he plays for the grove. The bamboo hears itself made into song, breath becoming note, note bending, a little low here, a little bright there, and returning to breath again. The monk and the novice listen from the veranda, their bodies unconsciously tuning to the way the sound leans without falling. The novice lets out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. "Like that," the monk says softly. "Let breathing be shaped by the moment, not by fear." Try it. Inhale through the nose for a slow count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, letting the ribs part like leaves making room for rain. Hold for a beat that feels honest. Exhale for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the out-breath bends longer than the in. If counting turns tight, drop the numbers and keep the ratio. A little longer letting go than taking in. This is how bamboo speaks to storms. Another gust arrives, and the tallest culm bows so far it touches a younger neighbor. They knock together, tuk-tuk, like two friends remembering something without needing to say it. The novice flinches at the sound. The monk smiles. "Contact is part of surviving," he says. "We don't have to brace against each other to be safe. Beneath the soil, their roots already know this. They hold hands all the time. You can feel for your root work now." Press the tongue gently to the roof of the mouth, as if connecting two banks of a river. Let the pelvic floor soften, widening the base you stand on even while lying down. Imagine threads running from your heels into the bed, from your hips into the earth, from your breath into the wide dark that holds the temple and the village, and the hill and the sea. Connection doesn't demand effort. It asks for permission. Say yes. Rain starts, large drops that find leaf, 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 and then ground. The grove changes its voice from wind song to rain drumming, 1,000 small taps that make one continuous hush. The novice lifts his face to it, surprised by the kindness of fresh water on tired skin. The monk steps into the doorway and points. See how the leaves are shaped to pour the water down the stalk? The plant feeds itself by yielding. He cups his hand to catch a bead from a leaf tip and lets it roll into his palm. We can do that with trouble too, he says. Guide it down the length of us into soil that knows what to do with it. If something in you is heavy tonight, don't carry it like a stone pressed to the chest. Let it be a drop on a blade of green. Tilt and watch where gravity wants to take it. All the while, keep breathing like bamboo. Upright without stiffness, welcoming without collapse. At the edge of the grove, an old woman walks with a cane of bamboo polished by years of palms. Each step places and lifts, places and lifts. The cane flexes and returns, flexes and returns. My bones are stone, she jokes to the monk when he meets her on the path, but my cane is river. He bows and watches the way she moves around a puddle. No fight with the water, no argument with the mud, just a small curve around what is. I wish my mind would walk like that, the novice mutters. Practice your curves, the monk says. When a thought is a puddle, go around. Make a curve with your next exhale. If a thought insists on being straight, you must fix this now. You must understand this tonight. Bend around it. Let the breath choose a softer line. Often, the shortest distance to peace is not a line, but a generous arc. The storm reaches its noisiest middle. Somewhere a dry branch from a different tree, an oak that has always preferred insisting, splits and falls with a crack that startles birds into new sentences. The bamboo does not reply with the crack. It replies by lowering and rising, by letting the wind finish speaking. In the temple kitchen, a kettle gives its small shriek and is lifted off the flame. The novice brings 2 cups to the veranda. Steam coils upward, then thins into air as if taught by the grove. Tea learns from everything, the monk says, smiling. They drink and watch the lighter line of dawn stain the bottom of the sky. Rain softens to drizzle, drizzle to memory. The grove lifts itself taller than it was, leaves shedding the last beads with small, satisfied flicks. Bent, not broken, tired, not harmed. The monk steps off the veranda and puts a hand on one stalk, feeling the cool smoothness, the faint tremor left over from what has passed. Thank you, he says to the plant, which does not need thanks but seems to like it. Try putting a hand somewhere on your own body with that same gratitude. Sternum, belly, the hinge where shoulder meets chest, and say quietly inside, thank you for bending. You've asked a lot of yourself today. You bent around others' moods, around your own old habits, around surprises nobody ordered. You are here. Later, after chores and chanting, after breakfast taken to the percussion of raindrops, still finding their way from leaf to earth, the monk gathers the students beneath the grove. He takes a length of cured bamboo, the kind used for a tea whisk's handle, and holds it at both ends. He bends it, shows how it stores energy, and then returns that energy by unbending. Resilience is not a shield, he says. It is a spring. He sets the piece down and asks them to look up at the node, the dark ring near eye level on a living culm. These are the joints that give structure to flexibility. In us, they are our boundaries, our routines, our rest, our values. Between them, life moves. Without them, we are rope. Too many of them, we are stone. Consider your own nodes. Where will you not bend because bending would break trust with yourself? Where will you bend because not bending would break you? Put one small boundary on the shelf for tomorrow. Sleep now, decide later. Place one small flexibility in your pocket. If wakefulness comes, I will lie still and breathe instead of bargaining with the clock. At noon, the sun finds its way through the last of the cloud cloth. The grove brightens. Spiders repair their webs with pragmatic artistry, threads getting the exact tension they need to hold dew and not collapse. Two sparrows argue for a breath, then settle the dispute by both choosing a third branch. Even the arguments here bend. Afternoon brings a group of villagers with bundles of young bamboo to plant along a path that floods every spring. The monk shows them how to tuck each piece in, how to water without washing away the new soil, how to tie a loose loop around a stake for the first months of wind. Not tight, he says, when a man's knot looks like fear. Snug is enough. The man loosens his knot, and his jaw loosens with it. People are plants. Plants are people. Evening returns the flute maker, who plays a few notes and then shows the novice how to shape a bend in pitch with breath and angle. Do not force, he says. Invite. The novice tries, too hard at first, then less, then just enough. And a beautiful, slightly aching slide appears between two tones. That place, the monk says, is where grief becomes music instead of weight. If you are holding something tonight that feels like a held breath from years ago, let it lean into song for a moment. On your next exhale, make the tiniest sound in your throat, a hum so soft only your bones hear it. Let it lift and fall, not much, just enough to prove you won't break if you move. Then return to quiet and notice how silence now feels more generous. Night leans in. The grove, glossy with new sky, settles to its night work, exchanging air with the dark, sheltering small lives, standing as an example nobody asked for but many need. The monk and the novice walk the path once before bed. The novice stops to press his palm to a stalk and feels the faint, living cool of it, the promise that it will still be here in the morning to teach him again. How do I remember to bend when I'm angry? He asks. The monk thinks for a breath. Name the wind, he says. Call it anger, softly inside. Then ask your body, not your mind, how to make space. Let your shoulders be bamboo. Let your breath be wind that knows it will leave. Then speak, if speaking is needed, from the part of you that didn't tense. You can practice that now before sleep wraps the room. Bring to mind a moment that tightened you today. Don't replay it. Just hold the title card. Inhale as if the wind were arriving. Exhale and let the stalks bow. Repeat once more, and then let the card dissolve into the dark behind your eyes, where all weather ends up as quiet. Lie down and line your spine as if it were a slender green thing, rooted below, reaching above. On the next exhale, allow your shoulder blades to slide toward your feet a finger's width. Allow your lower back to widen into the bed. Let your jaw unclasp. The tongue rest like a leaf on a still pool. Bend inward toward rest, not away from it. The world will keep its shape while you loosen yours. Sleep, when it comes, is not something you conquer. It is wind turning kind. It finds you more easily when you have stopped arguing with the air. The grove keeps watch, whispering with whatever breeze remains. In that whisper is a simple reminder, a sentence a whole life can grow around. Be upright, be hollow, be tied to others, bend. And as you breathe those words without words, your body learns them, node by node, space by space, until the lesson becomes a lullaby, and the lullaby becomes the night. The stream talks even when no one is listening. It hums low over the old rocks. It braids itself around roots. It greets fallen leaves with the same calm. Come along if you like. At the bend where the willow dips her fingers, a stone lives half in water, half in air. Rain finds it, sun warms it, winter wraps it in ice, and spring unwraps it with a grin. The stone does not wander, the stream does not stop. Together they make a small agreement that lasts longer than most plans. Stand beside them for a while. The water is clear enough to show you your ankles if you wade, and shallow enough that it does not ask for bravery. On the far bank, grasses lean. A heron practices stillness like a profession. On the near bank, the stone carries a wet shine on its back, a bright, honest gloss that comes not from effort, but from being touched by 1,000 moments that did not argue with it. A child once tried to lift that stone. He wrapped both hands around it, locked his elbows, and pulled with everything that thought muscle could do. The stone hummed back something older than elbows. The child gave up, laughed, and splashed downstream to skip flatter stones across the slow sections. The stone did not feel superior for staying. The stream did not feel abandoned. Each continued at its own pace. You could be both tonight. You can be the stone, the part of you that is steady, that knows how to stay. And you can be the stream, the part of you that moves, that knows how to let go. Let breath show you how this works. Inhale and feel the weight of you settle. Shoulder blades finding the bed, hips remembering gravity, the back lengthening as if it had waited all day to be long. Exhale and feel motion, a spreading warmth, a soft release through the belly, the way the body seems to melt a little at the edges and flow into the sheets. Stone, stream, stream, stone. No hurry, no score. The stone has learned many languages from the water, the chatter of spring melt, quick and bright, the thick summer murmur that lingers on every syllable, the careful steps of autumn when the stream carries tiny boats of leaves, the glassy winter whisper under the skin of ice. It never insists on one season being better than another. It allows. It is not resignation. It is intimacy. The stone knows the character of each touch. Bring your attention to the places in you that have been weathered by the day. The forehead that caught every thought like a net. The eyes that tried to focus longer than was kind. The jaw that took up the work of holding. Let the stream in your breath move over those surfaces. Not scrubbing, not scouring, just passing. Inhale like a quiet current. Exhale like a gentle eddy. See if a little shine appears where you didn't expect it. Upstream, a twig bumps a rock, pivots, and continues. Downstream, a leaf finds a slow pool and rests, spinning lazily in its own small orbit. The stream holds both, like it holds the reflection of the sky, completely, for as long as they are there. When they leave, it holds the next thing with the same thoroughness. If a thought slides into your awareness and lingers, spinning in its little eddy, give it the dignity of being seen. Then widen your attention by a finger's width and watch how the rest of the water keeps going. Not everything needs dislodging. Some things grow bored and drift on when you stop petting them with analysis. The stone was not always smooth. Long ago, it had corners that snagged the current and made small, stubborn noises. Water taught it how to soften, not with lectures or chisels, just contact, repeated and kind. Imagine a corner in you, some sharpness that catches your day, an old phrase you use on yourself, a quickness to brace. Let the water of breath touch it in easy repetition. In, touch, out, touch. What a river learns a cliff, your breath can learn a knot. A pair of shoes appears on the footbridge. Someone strolling at the hour when evening forgets it is evening and tries on the idea of night. They pause, lean on the rail, and watch the stream choose its route without asking permission. You could do that with the next minute. Lean on the inside of your ribs and watch your own body choose rest without being told how. A dragonfly skims and turns, silver blue in the last light, as if writing a secret word again and again until it dissolves into movement. You do not need to read it. You can allow beauty to be untranslatable and still be understood. The stone allows this every day and never once asks for a caption. If you'd like a small practice, take it from the rhythm beneath your fingertips. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly. On the inhale, let the lower hand lift first, like a slow wave arriving at a shallow shore. On the exhale, let the upper hand descend first, like the wave sliding back under the next. This belly then chest, chest then belly pattern is how streams breathe when they move around obstacles. Low first to find room. High next to carry the shape forward. Do this 3 times. Then stop counting and keep the feeling. An eddy gathers near the stone and makes a soft, private sound. The stream is full of such pockets, places that appear when flow meets form, behind roots, around piles of sticks, beside stones that have earned their place. Inside you there are eddies like this, little rooms where the mind settles and hums. Visit one. Don't bring a chair, don't move in. Just step in for a breath. It's nice in there, not silent, not noisy, just right. A rain begins that you barely notice at first, a few large drops that pour the surface, and then 1,000 small ones that knit it into fur. The stream doesn't panic, it adapts its voice. The stone glistens and accepts a cooler touch. If your thoughts begin to fall like this, many, soft, arriving without asking, let your surface be fur for a while. Let the sound be one sound. Sometimes multiplicity is restful when you stop dividing it into parts. When the rain passes, a clear scent rises from the banks. Wet soil, green roots, the mineral truth of stone. The world smells like itself. Your own breath up close has a scent too. Not just air, but a bit of you in it. Warmth, quiet sweetness. A trace of the tea you sipped, or the apple, or the nothing at all you offered your evening. Inhale and notice it. Exhale and be glad for the way ordinary life perfumes rest. Once, in early winter, ice tried to speak a different rule to the stream. It sealed the surface into a window. The water continued beneath, secret and sure, teaching the stone a softer language. Knocks becoming thuds, brightness becoming velvet. This too was fine. If your surface goes still tonight, if your face wears sleep long before your mind arrives, trust that something underneath is moving kindly. You don't have to supervise it. Water is good at being water. even when you cannot see it. In late summer, the stream shrinks and reveals more of the stone. Sun lies on its back like a contented cat. You can see faint rings, thin lines that the stone wears as calendar marks. They are not records of drama, only of presence. I was here when rain returned. I was here when the willow shed. I was here when the child's laughter skipped by. Your body has such rings, subtle, not for public viewing. As you rest, you become legible to yourself without needing words. Down the bank, someone has placed a small cairn, 3 stones balanced, an unnecessary but friendly proof that balance is possible. The stream does not applaud, it doesn't mind. A gust comes and does not topple the stack. A squirrel lands near it and thinks better of the leap. The stack stays, then falls on some later afternoon when gravity remembers its job. Neither moment is victory or failure. They are both gravity. Let that idea untie something inside you that keeps trying to measure how well you're doing at being alive. A small fish approaches the stone and rests in its shadow. It faces upstream, moves its fins with tiny adjustments, and appears to hover. The fish is working and resting at the same time, using the current to be still. You can do this in your bed. Face the direction your breath is coming from. Let small muscles make small adjustments and hover. Stillness, made active by the quiet work of letting air pass. The stream knows how to hold opposites without drama. Speed in the middle, quiet at the edge. Light on top, cold below. Movement and rest together. You carry opposites too. The day's residue and the night's invitation, the old ache and the new ease, the need to do and the permission not to. Place one opposite in each hand and feel how the body understands both without choosing. Then exhale and let the hands fall to the bed. No verdict necessary. If a worry insists, if it climbs onto your stone and taps its foot, give it a task it can complete. Ask it to count 5 sounds. The far hum of a car, the close whisper of fabric when you breathe, the small river of your own pulse in one ear, the house settling, the world turning. Yes, it makes a sound if you're very quiet. When it finishes, thank it and point to the water. Worries often like simple jobs. They relax when included. A moth circles the lamplight near the path and finds no resting place, then makes the better decision to land on bark where light is warm and not overwhelming. If your attention keeps circling some bright idea, some glow of memory or plan, give it a bark to land on, your palm on your ribs, the weight of your heel, the exact softness of the pillow where your cheek lies. Texture calms what brightness agitates. The stone does not aim to be polished. The shine happens because water cares no matter what. You do not need to aim to be peaceful. Peace happens when care keeps arriving in small, repeated ways. Name a small way now. This breath. Name another. The next breath. 2 is already a pattern. Keep going if you like. But 2 is enough to begin the shine. Over years, a groove forms beside the stone where the stream has favored one path. It's not a rut, it's a memory. Some nights your breath will favor a path, a little longer out-breath, a pause that feels safe, a small sigh that repeats because it feels good. Let it. Trust the body's love of grooves that lead toward rest. A late cloud crosses the face of the moon, and the stream holds that too. A shadowed ribbon, silver turned to pewter. Your room might be doing this now. The light changing on the wall, the shape of the window softer than an hour ago. Notice once, Let it be new. Then return to the steady part, the stone feeling of mattress under your hip, the exact way the blanket presses your shin, the ringed column of your spine settling into its own true curve. Stone, stream, stone again. Someone once wrote a poem on a flat rock near here and the rain took it back, letter by gentle letter. The poet returned weeks later, laughed and wrote another, then placed the rock farther from the water. The stream did not call it cheating. The poem did not complain about relocation. This is how adaptation sings when nobody needs credit. If you feel a poem in you, an old sentence you're tired of reading, let the rain of breath blur it. If you want to keep a line, move it a little farther from the water for the night. You can work with it tomorrow. For now, let your edges grow friendly, your surfaces honest. Let the current do what currents do. The heron finally strikes, draws a bright fish from the moving book of water, swallows, and resumes its page. Its life is simple and precise. Wait, move, wait. Sleep is like that. Lie down, let go, lie down more deeply. You don't need a grand technique. You are already doing it. Before you drift, try one last small gesture. Touch 2 fingers to the place on your sternum where a ripple would land if it traveled from water to bone. Press lightly and say inside, here. Then move those fingers to your belly and press lightly and say, here. Then let both places be held by the bed and say nothing at all. The stream will do the rest. The stone will keep the watch. As night thickens, the sound of the water becomes background to the background. The original lullaby your body remembers from before language. Each breath polishes the corners, rounds the day, smooths the places where thought once caught. The stone is quiet, the stream is tireless. You are both, steady and flowing, grounded and letting go. In that combination, rest happens on its own schedule, which, as it turns out, is now. Morning woke the courtyard with a pale, kind light. Dew stitched the edges of each fallen leaf, turning the ground into a quiet constellation. A broom leaned against the wall, slender handle, bristles splayed by years of honest work, the sort of tool that learns your hands and then teaches them back to you. The old monk lifted it without hurry. He did not look for the end of the task. He looked for the next stroke. He began at the far corner, where the stones make a little inlet for wind. The broom drew a soft line that said, "Here is where we begin today." Leaves gathered as if the line had a gravity of its own. A novice arrived with a dustpan and the wide-eyed ambition of completing things. "If we sweep well," the novice said, "perhaps by afternoon it will finally stay clean." The monk smiled so slightly, it was almost a breath. "Perhaps," he said, and the broom continued its cloud-colored music. Each stroke made a sound like fabric being folded. It soothed more than the ear. It pressed the day smooth along the ribs. A leaf tried to escape, and the monk let it. The second stroke found it again without chasing. The novice watched and began to learn the difference between pursuing and allowing. He learned that a broom is less a command than an invitation. By mid-morning, the courtyard looked like a freshly made bed. Then wind came down from the maple and shook new colour loose. The novice's face tightened. "All the work," he began. The monk finished the sentence with his broom, one long breath from stone to stone. "Sweeping did not fail," he said. Wind arrived. The truth sat beside them, like another broom. They made room for it and kept moving. You can hear the broom now if you listen inside. It moves with your breath. Inhale. Imagine the bristles opening, gathering. Exhale. Imagine them closing, carrying. Inhale, the moment arrives. Exhale, the moment leaves. The rhythm does not need to be deep to be real. Small strokes make beautiful paths. A visitor came by the gate, stopping to watch. "Why sweep?" she asked. "When the leaves fall again." The monk rested the broom against his shoulder, the way one rests a friend. "I don't sweep to have it clean," he said. "I sweep to sweep." The visitor tried this line on her tongue, not yet sweet but promising. She bowed and walked on with a slower step. The novice experimented. He tried to herd too many leaves at once. The pile fanned apart like a startled flock. He tried small, fussy strokes. The leaves giggled and went nowhere. He found the middle by listening to the broom's happiest sound, a long, confident hush that gathered what needed gathering and left the rest for the next pass. He began to feel how satisfaction lives in motion, not in the fantasy of finishing. Sometimes a twig hid beneath a layer of colour, resisting the easy sweep. The monk would lean the broom, bend, and lift the stubborn bit with his fingers, placing it in the dustpan like a star that had dropped too low. "Attention is the hand that finds what the broom cannot," he said. The novice nodded. Oh, and later discovered that attention is also the hand that softens what judgment cannot. At noon they set the brooms aside and ate. Rice steamed, miso hummed its light salt. A kettle put down its small burden with a sigh. The courtyard rested in its current truth, tidy in places, strewn in others. The monk looked out and did not mentally sweep while he chewed. Eating was for eating, not for rehearsing the broom. This too was practice. In the afternoon, a child wandered through the open gate with a leaf shaped like a hand. He held it up to the monk's palm and laughed at the match. "This one is too beautiful for the pile," the child decreed. The monk agreed and tucked it behind a small stone where certain treasures spend a day being admired. Not all leaves belong to the same end. Not all thoughts either. Some deserve the shelf by the window, at least for a while. The day tilted toward evening, shadows stretched like cats. The novice, already wiser, changed his grip. "Lower your hands," the monk suggested, "and stand as if the broom is an extension of your spine." The novice tried it and felt his breath and the broom share a secret. He swept less with arms, more with body. He became a metronome that did not scold, a tide that did not argue with shore. You could borrow this posture where you are. Let your spine imagine it is the broom handle, long, simple, unpretentious. On the next exhale, feel the bristles of your ribs descend, gathering a little scattered tension. On the next inhale, feel the handle rise through crown and sky. You are sweeping without moving, and the floor of the mind is listening. A gust arrived like an uninvited conversation. Leaves twirled down with a flair for drama. The novice looked at the monk, and the monk didn't look back. He looked at the ground and took one slow stroke that made sense of what could be made sense of. The rest could wait. "A good sweep," he said, "chooses its portion." The novice breathed and chose his. A neighbour stepped in, carrying a different kind of broom, straw, broad, loud. "Mine's better for the big jobs," he boasted, and set to work, pushing leaves like a tide that overpromises. Within minutes, he was red-faced and annoyed at the leaves for being leaves. The monk nodded toward a quiet corner. "Try there," he suggested, "where quickness would be waste." The neighbour slowed, surprised at how much easier patience felt in the hands. The courtyard had its own geography. Edges invited accumulation. Flagstones asked to be felt rather than scraped. Under the bench became a small country that needed special diplomacy. The monk taught the novice to use the broom sideways there, to coax rather than command. He taught him to change direction sometimes, not because it mattered to leaves, but because it mattered to the one holding the handle. Repetition and variation are friends. The heart enjoys both. As they worked, memories rose with the dust, the monk's teacher folding a broom straw into a tiny fish and setting it on a child's palm, a winter when snow made sweeping a soft arithmetic rather than a gathering, an autumn when grief fell as thick as colour, and the broom was how the monk remembered how to go on. One stroke, inhale, one stroke, exhale. If a memory arrives for you now, let it land like a leaf. You don't have to catalogue the tree it came from. If it sticks to the bristles, lift it gently and place it where it belongs. On the shelf, in the dustpan, by the treasure stone. You are allowed to decide without drama. At times they paused simply to listen to the leaf fall. It is a percussive music. Small clicks, soft papery sighs, the occasional scratch as a curled edge skates a stone. In that music, the monk heard instructions. Gather softly, release completely, repeat. The novice heard them too and noticed how his shoulders, loyal soldiers, stood down. Sometimes a leaf refused the dustpan, lifting at the last second to ride the breeze and drop 2 steps away. The novice chased it, laughed at himself, and let it have its adventure. No leaf is obligated to cooperate, the monk said. Neither is any thought. The novice filed it under gentle truths that save me time. As afternoon cooled, the temple bell offered a single, ample note to the day. The broom answered with a longer, thinner one. A synchrony happened that no one planned. The novice felt, for a moment, the courtyard sweep itself. He did not hold the feeling too tightly. He let it leave when it was done, like a clean pile lifted and carried. They stopped when the light said stop, not when the last leaf surrendered. The monk leaned the broom back against the wall where morning would remember it. He ran his thumb along the handle's smooth spot, the place 1,000 hands had made a river in wood. Gratitude is not a ceremony, it is a touch. Inside, the novice asked the question that had formed, while the broom wrote its careful calligraphy. What is the point if it never stays? The monk poured tea into cups that had learned the art of enough. We do not make the world stay, he said. We agree to meet it. He lifted his cup. And the meeting teaches the hands to be kind. The tea tasted like a door closing without noise. Night stepped into the courtyard one shadow at a time. Leaves continued their agreements with gravity. A cat investigated the day's piles and decided against sleeping in them. The wind grew polite. The monk slid the gate closed with the restraint of someone who trusts the hinge. Take the broom into your breath once more. Imagine a small square of your body, perhaps from the brow to the cheekbones, being swept now. Exhale lightly and feel a smudge of thought lift. Next, the jaw to the throat, one easy stroke. Then the collarbones, a longer arc, across the chest, gentle, no rush. Down the ribs, listen for that fabric folding sound inside. Belly, one broad, patient sweep. Hips, 2 strokes, one each side. Thighs to knees, gather. Calves to heels, release. Feet, a final little whisk. You have made a path for sleep to walk. If stray thoughts fall again, and they will, hear them as leaves and not alarms. Name them leaf if you like, and smile at the simplicity of the label. Gather, release, repeat. The floor of the mind does not require perfection to be a place you can rest upon. It asks only for steady hands and a willingness to stop when the light says stop. There will be days when the rake of your attention catches on something sharp. You will bend and pick it out. There will be days when a sudden gust undoes an hour's peace. You will begin again, not because you must, but because beginning again is the whole art. There will be nights when the broom works alone while you sleep, bristles made of breath, handle made of spine, courtyard made of mind. Trust it. Before you turn fully toward the pillow, one more small act. Imagine placing a modest pile of the day near the gate. Comments you heard, tasks you lined up and pushed, moments you wish you could edit. Bow to the pile. Bow to the broom. Bow to the wind. Close the gate. The courtyard can tend itself for a while. Now stretch your exhale an inch longer, the way a final evening stroke extends to the last stone. Let your inhale come by itself, the way morning opens the door without knocking. Hear in your chest the soft hush of bristles. Feel under your ribs the even floor you've made. Leaves will fall, you will sweep. Tonight you will sleep, and that too is part of keeping the path passable for the one who wakes in your place tomorrow. Dawn entered the garden the way ink enters water, quietly at first, then entirely. The raked sand held the nights cool like a secret. Rocks rose from the pale surface as islands that had sworn to be patient. Moss gathered at their feet in small green coves. Someone had drawn long, deliberate lines through the sand the evening before, and those lines still held the shape of a hand moving with attention. The caretaker arrived with a wooden rake that had learned the rhythm of years. Teeth smooth, handle worn, it fit his palm the way a remembered song fits breath. He bowed, not to the rocks or the sand, but to the space that allowed both, and stepped onto the flat stones that formed a narrow path around the garden. He did not enter the sand. He did not need to. The garden was for looking, and the looking did the work. He began where he always began, not from superstition, but from friendship with the light. The first pull of the rake sounded like silk being drawn across a table. Sand shifted, agreed, settled. He drew parallel lines across a broad expanse, each line as near to the last as kindness is near to patience. He paused now and then, not to judge, but to see. Seeing is different from judging. Seeing is what the garden is for. A novice watched from the veranda, knees tucked under his robe, unsure where to rest his eyes. "What does it mean?" he asked at last. The caretaker lifted the rake, let a thin stream of sand drop back to itself, and smiled without answering. He drew a circle around a tall, dark stone, spiraling outward until the circle met open lines and folded into them as if it had always belonged. The novice tried again. Is it the ocean, the mind, time? The caretaker set the rake down and traced a small arc in the air with a finger. "It means you are looking," he said, and returned to the task that did not need a thesis. "You can sit with them now." The air carries the clean scent of stone and a faint resin from nearby pine. Somewhere, water drips. A patient metronome that refuses urgency. Above the garden, sky widens into a color the day does not bother to name. Your breath arrives the way light does, without you pushing it. Let it. Inhale and feel the sand of your chest rise in a subtle swell. Exhale and feel it fall into the shape that fits. The caretaker's lines lengthened. When he reached a rock, he lifted the rake, set it down on the other side, and continued as if the stone were a friend stepping into a conversation that stayed calm. Around smaller stones he drew ripples that were not exact and therefore alive. The novice leaned forward, eyes tracing the perfect imperfection. The rake caught once on a hidden pebble, skipped, left a tiny scar. The caretaker did not correct it. He drew the next line so gently that the scar became part of a pattern only honesty can make. A cat from the kitchen roof landed with the confidence of creatures who never ask permission and walked briskly across one corner of the sand. Tiny paw prints stitched a diagonal poem through the fresh lines. The novice gasped. The caretaker bowed to the cat, which flicked its tail and departed. Poem complete. The caretaker took one slow breath and, with the next pass of the rake, included the new marks in his plan as if they had been part of it all along. "Everything participates," he said, not looking up. Wind arrived in a thoughtful mood and placed a single leaf on the sand. It spun in a small circle, settled at the edge of a ripple and stopped, satisfied with its role. The caretaker left it where it was. Some things are better as punctuation than as debris. The novice stored this away with the soft greed of learning. Let your attention rake the sand of your body, lightly, no need to press. Begin at the forehead. With your exhale, draw one long inner line from temple to temple, smoothing the creases that gathered stories today. Across the eyes next, the delicate sand where seeing often leaves tracks. Down along the cheekbones, soft arcs that meet at the jaw. If you find a pebble of worry, don't dig at it. Draw the next line gently and let it belong until it's ready to disappear. Over the mouth, release the corners. Across the tongue, untie it from the roof of the mouth and let it rest like a small boat in a quiet cove. The caretaker changed direction. He drew lines that curved, then straightened, then curved again, like breath learning the shape of rest. Around the largest stone, he shaped waves that widened, touched the garden's edge, and returned as calmer lines, the way a thought returns as a simpler feeling when you stop giving it speeches. The novice noticed that wherever the rake paused, the sand held the pause. Wherever it flowed, the sand flowed after it. "It's like music you can touch," he said. The caretaker nodded. "And silence you can also touch." There is a phrase the garden understands. Just enough. Just enough pressure to move the grains. Just enough distance between lines that the eye can rest without searching. Just enough irregularity to keep it from becoming a factory of patterns. Tonight, your breath can practice just enough. Inhale, not big, not small, enough. Exhale, longer than the inhale by a notch you can feel, not count, enough. The nervous system, like sand, loves proportion more than drama. A visitor arrived at the gate and stood with the earnestness of someone who wants to be healed by a view. She placed her palm flat against a wooden post and let her shoulders fall by the history of a thumb's width. Her eyes watered, not from sadness, but from the shock of stopping. "I feel like I could walk into it," she whispered. The caretaker smiled. "You already have." The garden enters the viewer more often than the viewer enters the garden. Clouds passed, and the rocks, once stern, grew playful in their shadows, rounder in some light, taller in others. The sand kept its pale voice. The caretaker finished a section and lifted the rake until the dripping grains formed a thin thread that broke into 3 and then into nothing. He stepped back, not to admire, but to let the garden tell him what it wanted next. Try stepping back inside yourself by half a breath. If a thought pushes for an answer, give it a small bow and point to a stone. Let it sit there, held but not indulged. Then draw a line of awareness around it. 1 inhale, 1 exhale. See how the thought changes shape when surrounded by space instead of commentary. Most do. The novice asked if he could try. The caretaker handed him a smaller rake, lighter, humbler, and gestured to a corner of the garden where the lines had faded. The novice rested the rake's teeth at the edge and began. His first stroke was timid, the sand barely noticed. His second was forceful. Ridges collapsed into small avalanches. He breathed in, breathed out, and found a middle strength that was not between weakness and force, but beyond them. Attention translated into movement. The line held, the next held too. He smiled with as little excitement as a lake smiles, which is to say, completely. In your own corner, this bed, this moment, you can begin where you are. Draw a mental line from the base of the skull down the back of the neck on the exhale. Draw another from shoulder to shoulder across the upper back. A third from shoulder through elbow to wrist, then the other side. Over the chest in a gentle curve that leaves room for breath. Across the belly, a wide, friendly sweep. Hips, 2 small circles like ripples around stones you carry with grace. Thighs to knees, long strokes. Calves to heels, finishing passes. Feet, short, soft whisking. If you miss a patch, leave it. The next breath will find it without you managing. The caretaker raked a wide avenue through the middle of the garden. 2 parallel paths of unmarked sand, with a narrow ridge between, like a road that allows travelers to meet without collision. The novice tilted his head. Why leave it blank? The caretaker leaned on the rake. Blank lets the eye breathe. Blank is not empty. It is generosity. In your mind, leave a blank space too. 1 breath where you don't place anything. No mantra, no fixing, no remembering to relax. Just an aisle of unmarked awareness through the middle of everything. A breeze teased the surface. Tiny avalanches murmured where ridges were highest. The caretaker accepted the edits. The garden is a collaboration. He drew smaller ripples near a stone that needed company, then left another stone solitary in a pool of smooth sand. Because solitude was the truest kindness there. A festival drum sounded far away. The sound arrived in the garden, dropped its weight, and continued across the roofs like a thought you don't have to hold. The novice's eyelids lowered half a story. He could feel the pattern of the lines reflected inside his chest. Steadiness, curve, steadiness again. He said aloud, to no one in particular, "If I close my eyes, I'm still looking." The caretaker heard and did not ruin it with approval. A small rain moved in with shyness, first 1 drop, then many. The sand darkened, the ridges softened, lines blurred into suggestion. The caretaker stepped back under the eaves. The novice joined him. "Doesn't it ruin your work?" the novice asked. The caretaker watched the garden learn a new face. "It completes it," he said. After the rain, he would rake again, not to restore what was, but to meet what is. Impermanence is not damage here, it is design. When the rain passed, The rake left darker lines in the damp sand, bolder, closer to the heart. The garden smelled like stone that remembers rivers. A sparrow hopped along the border stones and decided against fame. The caretaker's hands, though old, did not tremble. Practice stores steadiness in the wrists. Let a little rain pass through you now. Memory, sensation, the soft weather of evening. Watch how it darkens the surface just enough to make new lines satisfying. Stretch the out-breath one count longer and feel the pattern deepen. If you grow sleepy, do not resist. Drowsiness is a kind of good rain. The caretaker set the rake aside and sat with the novice at the edge of the veranda. They looked without speaking. The garden did what good gardens do. It emptied them without taking anything away. The novice felt the urge to name each shape, and then felt that urge lose interest. Naming had brought him far. Now it could rest. A moth investigated the nearest rock, found no nectar, and settled into the seam of shadow at its base as if it belonged to stone after all. The caretaker touched the rake handle one last time. A thank you. The novice placed his palms on his thighs. Another kind of thank you. The garden did not ask for gratitude. It received it the way the sand receives footsteps, completely, then gradually not at all. When you turn towards sleep, take the rake with you, not the tool, the gesture. With each exhale, draw a simple line through your attention, tidy enough that thought can walk without tripping. If a footprint appears, let it. It belongs for a while. If wind lays a leaf in the middle of a careful pattern, admire the placement. If rain blurs your work, close your eyes and listen to the blur become one sound. Before you drift, leave yourself a blank aisle down the center of the mind. On either side, let gentle ripples hold what matters. A rock of tenderness here, a rock of grief there, a rock of ordinary joy that needs no announcement. Do not move the rocks. Draw around them and feel how drawing around makes room. Feel how the room itself is the meaning you are after. Now, one last long line from crown to heels on the exhale. Smooth, unbroken. Let the inhale lift the grains a finger's width, just enough to catch the moonlight of attention. Exhale again, another line. Continue until the garden inside you has nothing left to ask from hands, only from stillness. The night will do the rest. The sand will remember your care. The rocks will hold their places. And you, having seen without arguing, will be taken up by the same quiet that teaches lines to be lines and spaces to be spaces, until even the rake sets itself down and the garden of mind falls softly into its deepest pattern. Rest. Water listens first. It sits in the iron kettle and remembers rain, river, cloud, and the cool of mountain shade. The hearth is small, charcoal arranged like a patient constellation. A match touches, a thin flame bows, and heat begins its slow conversation with metal and water. At first, there is silence, then a hush that could be mistaken for thought. Then the kettle finds its voice, a soft, rising murmur, like a secret becoming brave enough to speak. An elder sets a clay cup on the mat, round, unglazed at the lip where mouths have learned it, glazed within, the color of toasted grain. He warms it with a swirl of hot water and empties the warmth back to the bowl that waits for waste and gratitude. Warm the nest to welcome the egg, he once said to a novice, whose hands trembled with wanting to do everything right. Today he says nothing. The room shares its instructions. Tatami scent. A single sprig in the alcove. Steam rehearsing its ascent. Leaves rest in a small jar, curled, dark, shy as sleeping moths. They were picked at dawn, years of mornings ago, rolled and dried, given a new name that is still only leaf. When the elder opens the jar, the air gains a green that is not a colour but a feeling. He tips a pinch into the warmed cup. The leaves whisper against clay, then settle, then wait. You can wait with them. Set your breath down beside the cup. Inhale and feel the belly rise, not large, just enough to register. Exhale and feel the smallest warmth travel outward from the center, as if the body were a cup that remembers being held. If there's a thought that wants to help, give it a task. Watch the steam. Thoughts love jobs with nothing to measure. The kettle's lid shifts by the width of a word. The elder lifts it and the room greets what arrives. Ribbons of steam that make the air visible. They rise, curl on themselves, disappear into the larger body of the room. The disappearance is not loss, it is reunion. He pours a thin thread of water over the leaves. The first contact is quiet. Leaves offer what they know in a language of temperature. Water darkens, softens, learns to taste. The elder covers the cup with a saucer to keep the conversation private for a moment. He places both hands around the cup, not touching, just near, to feel warmth without stealing it. The novice used to count seconds here. The elder learned to look for the first changing color at the edge, like dawn entering a small world. When the edge is ready, he tilts the cup and pours into a second vessel, letting the stream grow lighter, lighter, and then pale, saving the most delicate notes for last. Nothing is squeezed, nothing is wasted. Even the last drop is offered its time to leave. He pours the tea back and forth once to gather the flavour, then into the waiting cups, one for you, one for him. You lift yours with both hands because two hands invite the mind to arrive. The heat kisses your palms first, then your fingers. Only then do you raise it to the face and let the steam find you. It carries stories, hillside, rain on woven hats, sun leaving a thin sweetness on leaf edges, the brief fire of roasting. You don't need to know the details. Your nose does. Your mouth learns. Sip. The first taste is a soft bell. There is a quick brightness at the tip of the tongue, then a widening warmth that travels the road to the throat and makes a small room of kindness there. You set the cup down in its saucer and listen to what remains when the swallow has finished. Warmth remains. Presence remains. The elder does not say, "See." He drinks, and the steam rises between you like a blessing that doesn't ask to be called a blessing. Let your breath be steam now. Inhale, rising, curling, gently vanishing. Exhale, warmth remaining in the chest, the belly, the hands. If a worry steps forward, let it fog the air in front of you for one breath, the way steam fogs a window. Then watch it thin on its own. Behind it, the room is still there. Behind the room, a smoother quiet. You do not need to clear the pain with your sleeve. The day will do that while you sleep. A draft nudges the scroll in the alcove. Its brushstrokes say nothing but now in 100 patient ways. The novice used to ask how long to steep, how hot to pour, how many sips make a proper cup. The elder would answer with temperatures and seconds and vessels, and then at the end, listen. Now the novice, older by seasons rather than years, sits with his own cup, and watches the elder's hand to learn the parts that can't be taught. When steam meets a cool lid, a bead forms, gathers friends, and falls, a returning. The elder catches one bead on the back of his finger, places it on his tongue, and closes his eyes a moment as if remembering the first time he tasted rain. He smiles, not at the trick, but at the truth. Rising returns to falling. Disappearance returns to presence. The cycle is not a circle with points to pass. It is a lullaby that repeats because that is what lullabies do. You can count nothing now, not sips, not seconds, not thoughts. Let counting loosen its belt and doze in a chair. With your next inhale, notice the precise place where cool air becomes warm, perhaps at the back of the throat, perhaps lower. With your next exhale, notice the precise place where warmth becomes space. You are learning T's map by feeling, not by memorizing. The elder opens the cup for the second infusion. Leaves have unfurled, showing the green that busy water drew out. He pours again, water meeting leaf with more familiarity this time, like friends who no longer stand on the porch but walk right in. The colour deepens, then lightens, the aroma grows round. When he pours, the stream threads the air, and your mind has nothing to do but follow it into the cup. Between sips, he refills the kettle with water from a clay jar. The water sounds different going in than it did coming out. He listens the way he listens to the bell at morning practice, one ear on sound, one ear on silence. He places a small charcoal with tongs. The coal glows in all the places where it is held and will hold. He is teaching with his wrists, steadiness without stiffness. The novice, thinking of how steam vanishes, once asked the elder where the important part goes. The elder lifted the lid of the kettle and let the steam wash the boy's face. "Where did that go?" he asked. The boy laughed. "Into me." The elder nodded. "Into everywhere. Warmth, not vapor, is what lingers. Let your exhale be that warmth. You don't need to show it to anyone. The bed can feel it. A small memory arrives. Someone you love placing a mug between your hands on a winter afternoon, saying nothing, letting the cup speak. Let that memory be steam. Inhale its shape. Exhale its warmth. If sadness rides along, and it might, let it be the hint of bitterness that good tea sometimes carries to make sweetness honest. Nothing in this room needs to be edited to be worthy of rest. The elder pours the last infusion, lighter, grassier, near transparent. He calls this the farewell cup, though no one is leaving. It tastes like the idea of water having learned a language and remembering it softly. You finish and set the cup down with the sound that good placement makes. The elder tips the spent leaves into a small dish. They are glossy, open, exactly themselves. He lets you touch them. They are tender, warmer than they look. Once you would have thrown them away. Now you see them as a story completed. Outside, rain begins to practice on the roof. Steam meets steam. The room's breath and the sky's breath shake hands. The elder pours hot water, only water, into your cup, just enough for your palms to find an evening version of sunlight. You hold it without drinking. A warmth passes from clay to skin to blood, then back out as a calmer exhale. The cycle continues without any signing of forms. Try a small ritual before sleep. Imagine a kettle at the base of your ribs. Do not boil it. Let it heat with your inhale and hum with your exhale. Imagine a cup at your sternum. With every out-breath, pour a little warmth into that cup. When it feels half full, Set it, gently, on the bedside table of your awareness. You can sip later in dreams. For now, feel how placing the cup lets your hands unclasp. The elder cleans without rush. He rinses the cups with the water they taught, dries them with cloth that has learned to be soft in one direction and strong in the other. He lays the cloth flat, folds it once, twice. A quiet origami of endings. He empties the kettle part way, so steam will not beg for attention all night. He leaves enough that the kettle does not feel abandoned. Care lives in these fractions. He gestures toward your hands, palms open, invitations. He places the empty cup into them. It still holds warmth you cannot see. What remains is yours, he says, which is his way of saying, what disappears is not lost. What stays is not clung to. You lift the cup and feel the echo of tea, the ghost of steam, the honest weight of clay. You bring it to your cheek, the way a child learns the temperature of the world, and your face answers with trust. Let your jaw answer with trust now. Unhinge the small argument it has been having with the day. Let your tongue rest on the floor of the mouth, as if it had set its cup down. Feel the gums, overlooked, faithful, warming. Behind the ears, a thin band of muscle unknots like a thread pulled free without tearing. The back of the neck remembers it is bamboo, not iron. Steam knows how to do this to you from the inside. On colder evenings, the elder sometimes writes a character on the table with wet fingertips, water on wood, watching it darken, glisten, and then fade. He'll write listen, or empty, or a single curved line that is neither word nor picture. The novice used to try to memorize it. The elder used to shake his head. This writing is for disappearing. Tonight, he writes nothing. The table is already telling the story of cups. You can write nothing on your own brow. With one slow exhale, smooth the skin from center to temples as if your breath were the elder's damp fingertip. Let the mark be the absence of a mark. Let the message travel without needing to be read. The room cools a degree. The steam becomes modest, then rare, then gone. The warmth in your chest does not. It moves lower, making a small lantern of the belly. Your hands remember the shape of a cup and close lightly as if holding one. Your feet learn from your hands and hold the bed with the same lightness. 2 hands, 1 breath, a night that welcomes you. If a thought insists on being loud, offer it tea. Picture pouring a little into a small cup and sliding it across the low table of your attention. Watch the thought wrap both hands around it, how even a noisy visitor quiets when sipping. Some will leave after a cup. Some will sleep in the corner. You don't have to host a debate. You are hosting rest. The elder bows to the kettle, to the cups, to the leaves. He bows to you without drama. When he leaves, the room remains arranged for calm. Surfaces wiped, tools returned, the alcove flower leaning toward the emptiness that feeds it. Your own room can match this now. Adjust 1 pillow, the way he adjusted the lid. Smooth 1 corner of blanket, the way he smoothed the cloth. Place 1 thing on your nightstand, just 1, as a sign that you have chosen enough. Now breathe 3 easy breaths. The first to warm, the second to soften, the third to let the steam of the day rise and vanish without being chased. After that, stop counting. Let steam remember where to go. Let warmth remain as proof that nothing essential has been lost. Outside, the rain grows friendlier. Inside, the last heat leaves the kettle like a bow. Your body learns the difference between rising and resting, between vanishing and remaining. Your breath pours itself without spilling. Your thoughts, invited but not indulged, grow drowsy and lean against each other at the edge of the room. Somewhere, an old kettle sings to an older night, and the night answers with a long cup of darkness that is not empty at all. Sip it, without lips, without hands. Let it move through you the way tea moves through a grateful throat. Unargued, welcomed, complete. When steam becomes nothing, become that. When warmth remains, remain with it. This is enough. This is more than enough. And as you tilt into the quiet, you discover the oldest teaching of tea. What rises teaches you to let go. What remains teaches you to rest. Rain begins as a rumor at the edge of sound. A single drop tests the first roof tile, the smallest tap, like a fingertip on a drum, and then another joins, then 10, and the rumor becomes a sentence, the sentence a paragraph, and soon the whole temple is reading weather aloud. No one argues with the sky. The roof listens and answers with its many voices. Clay tiles saying tick, tick, tick. Wooden eaves saying tuck. The copper gutter offering a quiet hollow note that makes the rest sound rounder. Inside, work slows the way geese slow over a lake, landing without fuss. A monk pauses halfway through folding robes. A novice holds a broom in midair as if the broom has asked to hear better. Someone in the kitchen lifts the ladle and rests, steam and rain waving to each other through the open window. The rain is not a command, it is an invitation, and the temple accepts it. You can accept it too. Let the sound arrive exactly as it is, without hunting for patterns, without worrying whether it's heavy or light. Notice how your body recognizes rain before your mind names it. The shoulders soften a fraction. The breathing thickens into kindness. The hands, if they were clenched around invisible tools, remember they can simply be hands. The roof knows how to hold what falls. Each tile overlaps the next with a humble generosity, not taking credit for dryness, simply doing its job, receive and pass along. Water becomes movement. Movement becomes a low, continuous hush. That hush threads through rooms, under doors, across tatami, up into the rafters where old cedar beams store the music of years. The sound is not one thing. It is many small agreements happening at once. There are chapters to rain. The first is curious, scattered knocks across the tiles as if the sky is trying different notes. Then comes the confident chapter, steady and sure, the kind of rain that makes moss sigh. After that, perhaps, a brief retreat, drizzle like needlework, before the sky remembers its story and reads again, slower, deeper. The temple has learned this book by heart. So has your body. You have listened to weather inside you all day, the sudden downpours of thought, the high breezes of worry, the quiet clearings when you forgot to think. Now you can let the outside rain take the work of making sound. Somewhere, a drainpipe begins to speak in a round, watery voice. Blup, blup, then a smooth run as the pipe's throat fills and finds a rhythm. Outside the gate, the path darkens to the color of tea. Puddles appear with soft edges, each one a small sky holding a grey that is not sad. It's simply the color of happening. In one puddle, bamboo leaves draw circles, erase them, draw them again. In another, a sparrow lands and chooses to hop along the stones instead of taking a bath. Even refusal is gentle in this weather. The novice puts the broom away and sits near the open shoji to listen better. The monk joins him, not because there is a rule to sit when it rains, but because some sounds use up all the words and leave only good silence. We never tell the rain to start or stop, the monk says, half to the novice, half to the roof. We just notice when it does. The novice nods the way you do when your chest agrees first. Let your breath be a roof now, wide and quietly competent. Inhale and feel the tiles of your ribs rise a hair's breadth, overlapping enough to make shelter. Exhale and feel water run down those tiles. Throat to chest, chest to belly, without needing to be pushed. If a thought knocks sharply, tap, 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 let it be a drop hitting clay. You don't chase a single drop down the whole gutter. You let gravity do the work. The mind has its own gravity too, when you stop lifting everything yourself. The kitchen continues, altered but unhurried. Chop chop becomes chop. Pause. Chop. A rhythm that leaves space for rain to finish its sentence between each cut. A kettle exhales politely. The lid ticks as a drop from the beam taps it with soft authority. Someone sets 2 cups by the window and they warm their hands without drinking, letting the heat of clay teach the fingers to trust warmth again. When they finally sip, the tea tastes like roofs and patience. High in the rafters, a small dark place where swallows nest remembers summer. The nests are empty now, but the shape of them holds a kind of warmth the eye can feel. Rain lifts the smell of cedar, dust, and old smoke. It makes the whole room honest. Even the floorboards sound different underfoot. A deeper tone that says, "We're listening too." The roof has curved shoulders. The eaves reach out like careful hands. At each corner, a carved tile wears a face that watches over the building, not with ferocity, but with attention. Tonight, those faces shine darker with wet, and then shine lighter when the downpour eases. The temple is wearing rain. The temple looks good in it. You do too when you let experience touch you and run off without arguments. If you would like a simple practice, take it from the rafters. Choose one worry and place it somewhere above you in imagination, a beam that can hold weight without complaint. On an inhale, hang the worry there, just for now. On the exhale, listen to how much quieter your hands become when they're empty. You can take it down later if needed. Most things don't ask to be taken down once they've discovered the ease of hanging. Outside, a monk in sandals crosses the courtyard with a bundle of firewood under his robe for the morning's heat. He does not hurry. He walks as if rain were a language he's glad to hear. His steps put small commas in puddles, and the commas quickly disappear into paragraphs again. He leaves the wood by the kitchen door, bows to the weather, and goes to change into dry cloth. Action, bow, warmth, such ordinary sequences, such sturdy peace. The bell does not ring in this weather. It swallows the ring and becomes the promise of a ring tomorrow. There is nothing missing. The rain plays the temple like an instrument that forgot it was proud. Even the gutter has a melody, a descending scale when a rush passes, then a tiny drum roll when a leaf bravely sacrifices itself to keep the spout company. The leaf will be on the stones in the morning, flattened into a map of its own veins. Nothing here minds becoming something else. You can let parts of you become something else tonight. Let the jaw become a soft shelf where rain could sit a moment before falling. Let the tongue become a dry leaf that settles on the floor of the mouth and stays. Let the skin at the temples become thin paper that rain touches without tearing. This is how you make shelter without building anything. Once, in another season, the roof needed mending. Tiles had shifted in a wind that was too interested in everything. The roofers came with ropes and sandals made for walking on clay. They moved like cats and old friends, lifting and setting, aligning the quiet mathematics of overlap, each tile covering a weakness of the one below. The monk watched from the veranda and learned again how protection is made. Not by a single hero, but by repeated kindnesses arranged in rows. Rain respects that. It trusts what's built from patience. The mind does too. Now, as the evening deepens, the rain writes smaller, neater lines. Drip lines from eave to stone, slow rivers along the line where roof meets wall. A drop inside the gutter hesitates and falls with a sound like yes. In the garden, the raked sand blurs to velvet. Circles around stone soften until their circles are suggestions, then memories. The caretaker will rake again when the sky finishes its page. Not to fix, to greet. Sometimes the rain pauses entirely, like a reader who lifts their eyes from the text and remembers their own day. In that hush, the world holds its breath. You can hear distant water, the creek that always keeps a chapter for itself. You can hear the smallest sounds, a human sigh 2 rooms away, the rice in its pot settling by a grain, your own heartbeat choosing to be heard. Then the rain resumes, and the temple smiles the way a face smiles when the punchline lands. If a thought insists, if it yells over the rain, name it weather. Not enemy, not truth. Weather. Let it pass across your inner roof the way a gust moves across tiles, felt, not obeyed. If a feeling gathers, an ache under the ribs, a tightness behind the eyes, call it weather too. Shelter is not the absence of weather. It is a place to feel it without being carried away. The novice, drowsy now, shifts his seat and feels the cool crawl up from the floor, through the fabric and into his bones in the nicest way. The monk stands and brings a blanket, placing it over the novice's shoulders without commentary. The blanket takes rain's lesson and translates it into cloth, permission. The novice's eyes lower another half story. He is learning to be rained on from inside. You can be too. On your next inhale, imagine a light, fine rain falling from the crown of the head down through the face, cooling thought, across the throat, smoothing speech, over the chest, quieting the small animals that flit there, down the belly, softening the drum to a bowl, through the hips, legs, feet, ground finding ground. On the exhale, feel those drops meet the roof of your awareness and run off toward the edges, where they disappear into the generous dark. Lanterns glow along the corridor, their paper skins turning the rain into moving shadows that look like fish on a shallow riverbed. A cat sculpts itself into a question mark at the threshold and decides wisely to watch from inside. The incense in the alcove burns down to a patient tail, and then a coal the size of a ruby before going black without trauma. Even endings are gentle when the world is this wet. There are stories that like to be told on nights like this. Stories of travelers who found a roof at the last minute, of lost sandals, of cups of soup so hot they made people forgive each other. The monk could tell one. He doesn't. He lets the story of water falling be enough. The novice learns that enough is a complicated word that gets simpler with practice. Try an easy counting if it suits you. Not numbers, tiles. On the inhale, imagine your breath passing over 3 tiles. On the exhale, passing over 5. 3 in, 5 out. If the numbers slip, let them. The roof is broad. It doesn't mind if you lose your place. The pattern remains. The rain lightens the way a crowd thins. Not all at once, but by degrees you hardly notice until someone says, "Oh." The drip from the eave becomes distinct again. Single drops, polite pauses. Somewhere a night bird says its one clean note, pleased by the washed dark. The temple walls release the day's warmth into the now cool air, and the air gives it back without a ledger. If sleep is shy, coax it the way the gutter coaxes water. Offer a path without a push. Lay your attention along the line of one arm from shoulder to fingertip. Let awareness spill over the knuckles and off the nails. Then the other arm. Then from hip to knee to ankle to toes. One leg and then the other. Each time letting awareness run off the ends like water that has found a clear way down. Finally, along the spine, crown to tail, a slow, friendly river. When you reach the end, stop pretending to guide anything. The roof knows how to be a roof without being told. Somewhere, in a room you don't see, a monk turns down a wick and the small flame bows itself out. In another, someone laughs once in their sleep, perhaps at the idea they had earlier that the weather needed their help. The night settles into a steady listening. The rain, which has been speaking for hours, becomes so soft you hear it more with your skin than your ears. And that hearing is enough to make the last of the body's guards put down their spears and yawn. If there is a single drop that takes a long time to fall, a thought that keeps forming and unforming, gathering itself on the lip of attention, watch it grow heavy, watch it tremble, watch it let go when it is ready. You didn't make it fall. You didn't hold it up. You watched, which is a kind of love. Soon, the rhythm becomes one sound again, and that sound becomes the feeling of being inside the sound, and that feeling becomes the whole room, the size of the room changing to fit you perfectly, like a robe rehung after mending. Your breath, the roof, the rain, the dark, the small warmth at your center, all of them part of one simple arrangement that asks nothing and gives everything required. The temple sleeps without closing its ears. The roof keeps watch, as if it likes the job. The eaves, relieved of their drops, rest their wooden hands. The garden drinks. The path shines dull as a kind coin. The sky keeps its story going somewhere else for a while, over other roofs, other faces, other beds. And you, under your good, invisible eaves, learn the lesson the rain came to teach. Let what is happening happen. Let the roof of your awareness hold it, then let it run where it wants to go. Nothing in this requires argument. Nothing in this requires effort beyond listening. Listening becomes dissolving. Dissolving becomes sleep. The rain will speak to the roof, and the roof to the rafters, and the rafters to the floor, and the floor to your bones, all night if they must. And in the morning they will be quiet again, and so will you. Rested as if a roof had been mended above you while you were dreaming, which, in a way, it has. The old pine leans over the path as if listening. Its trunk is a slow river of bark, plates overlapping in reddish-brown scales that time has lifted at the edges. Resin has sealed old wounds into amber mirrors, small windows catching light where hardship once lived. Low branches splay like generous arms. High branches write cursive against the sky. The air beneath it smells of sun-warmed needles and something clean, like rain that decided to stay. Travelers pause here without planning to. They step into the shade and feel the body do a tiny bow of relief. No one thanks the tree aloud, but the pine understands anyway. Its language is shade and breath and patience. It asks nothing, not your story, not your success. It offers a roof you did not earn and a seat you did not build. You can sit, and the tree won't measure how long. Be here a moment. Let your breath fall into the pine's rhythm, not the quick talk of shrubs, not the pulse of a stream, but something longer and older. Inhale and feel the ribs widen the way branches open to light. Exhale and feel weight travel down through hips and legs into ground, as if roots were already there, threading themselves calmly through earth. Inhale, crown. Exhale, roots. The body knows the shape of tree when you let it remember. The bark holds a map. If you traced the cracks with your finger, you could walk years with that finger, finding valleys where insects once passed, plateaus where woodpeckers tested meals, ridges where winter sun baked the cold into sweetness. Here is the lightning scar, a pale seam that twists like a story told by fire and healed by resin. Here, the broad shoulder where snow once piled high and the branch bore it, creaking softly, then shook free when morning made it possible. The pine is not unmarked, it is unashamed. Let your own marks feel the air. Without naming them, without writing a report, notice where experience has left raised places in you. Maybe they gleam a little in the right light. Maybe they still feel tender. Breathe over them the way warm wind moves over resin. No force, a steady kindness. Inhale, hello. Exhale, thank you. The body softens when thanked. Needles whisper above. Thousands of green threads playing one instrument. Their song is wind made visible to the ear. On a still day it is a hush with texture. When breeze steps closer, the sound grows like rain's cousin, dry, shimmering, full of tiny agreements. Each needle is small, each voice slight. Together they make weather bearable. Thoughts can be like this, single, small, not a problem until they gather. But here, they learn to gather into lullaby instead. If a thought lands, let it be a bird that knows this tree. It will settle, tuck its head, and eventually lift without instruction. A pair of crows argue mildly, then share a branch because shade is generous enough for both. A squirrel comes down head first, their brave way, pauses to look at you with eyes full of unspent jokes, then darts along a lower bough and vanishes into green. The pine hosts all these small dramas and does not take sides. It keeps being tree. You can keep being you even while others arrive and leave inside your mind. Host them. Do not audition for them. Do not audition them. The branch is strong. The roots travel farther than your eyes can imagine, not straight down like arrows, but out and around, finding water, finding fellowship with other roots, exchanging messages through a thin white lace of underground life that learns hunger and sends food, learns danger and sends warning. The tree is singular above and plural below. You are like that, a person and a web, a self and a network of kindnesses received and given. Let that widen you a little. On your inhale, feel the crown as one. On your exhale, feel the roots as many. Once, a traveller sat here and wept quietly. The pine offered shade and a silence that did not pry. Resin warmed in the afternoon and released a sweetness that made the air taste safe. The traveller's shoulders dropped by the thickness of a leaf. Tears slowed. The path continued when it was ready, not before. The pine did not record the moment for later use. It held, then let go. That is its entire genius. You can borrow it now. Hold, then let go. You don't need to label the letting. If your back allows, imagine aligning your spine with the trunk's logic. Not rigid, alive, length without strain. Imagine small nodes along it, the way bamboo has, the way pine has rings, places of quiet structure, at the base of the skull, between the shoulder blades, behind the heart, the low back above the sacrum. On the inhale, length reaches from node to node, a lantern passed carefully along a corridor. On the exhale, each node softens and shares warmth with the next. Strength as conversation, not clenched silence. The pine's cones hang like little lanterns of wood. Some will loosen and give their seeds to wind. Some will ask the heat of a rare fire to open. All hold a future with a relaxed fist. If you cup one in your palm, you feel the pattern, the repeated promise. Your chest is full of such cones, quiet potentials that open when the season is true. You don't have to pry. Offer yourself weather, rest, warmth, time. Watch what opens. In winter, snow tries to tell the tree how heavy the world is. The pine nods and bows, bending where it must, holding where it can. After the storm, a sunbeam steps onto one limb, then another. Snow drifts off in soft avalanches that do not need applause. The branch rises. Slow recovery, no rush. If this day has set some weight on you, let a small sunbeam inside. A memory that warms without burning. A gratitude so ordinary it rarely gets named. The feel of your own breath being enough. Let some of the weight slide. What stays will strengthen you by being yours. What falls was never meant to be permanently carried. Listen to the ground. It is busier than it looks. Beetles write their quick gospel under the topsoil. Fine roots sip without slurping. Somewhere a mycelial letter is on its way to another tree. We have extra today. Take some. Rest is easier when generosity is a fact. Be generous with yourself now. This shade is for you too, not just for the child who sat here earlier, not just for the monk who naps here on hot days. For you. Say inside the words the pine would say if it spoke your language. You may rest here. Lay a hand over your heart, lay the other on your belly. For 3 breaths, let the lower hand rise first on the inhale and fall last on the exhale. Pine from the roots upward, then switch. Top hand first, crown to the world. Pine from the sky downward, then both together. Equal. Balance has many versions. Choose the one that makes your jaw forget its job. The light shifts, painting the bark with slow gold. Time moves, and the tree does not chase it. You have spent hours trying to get ahead of moments that arrive exactly when they choose. Sit in one instead. You don't need to solve the rest to enjoy this one. The pine never tries to be tomorrow's tree. Today's sunlight is complicated enough and perfectly sufficient. Once, lightning entered the crown, tore a path down the trunk, and did not kill. For years after, the seam bled amber in thin, slender tears. Insects came, drank, left. The cut sealed into a ribbon of glass. Now and then, when the sun is at a certain angle, that ribbon shines. People notice and call it beautiful. The tree doesn't call it anything. It simply lives with the altered pathway of sap. If there is a bright seam in you, where pain hard-earned its shape, let it catch a little light. You don't have to pose it. Just don't hide from the angle that makes it gleam. Birds hold council at dusk. A thrush tries 3 notes and finds the 4th by accident. A small owl rehearses a question and approves its own answer. The pine gives them a hall to speak in. You may hear echoes of your own mind in them, the testing of phrases, the small performances. Let them continue without your review. Night is a better editor than you are. It will keep what sings and compost what doesn't. The path under the pine is polished by feet and seasons. Children run on it when the temple forgets to be solemn. Lovers stand in it when they remember to be quiet. A vendor's cart once tipped here. Apples rolled into the needles and turned the ground sweeter for a day. Life uses this shade for everything. You can use it for sleep. Try a soft counting that belongs to trees. Choose rings instead of numbers. Inhale and imagine adding a thin pale ring of ease around your heart. Exhale and let that ring darken gently into growth. Inhale, another ring. Exhale, set it. The tree doesn't hurry its circles. You don't need to hurry these. Stop counting when counting becomes work. The rings will keep forming whenever you breathe without scolding. If worry insists, assign it a job a pine would respect. Leaf catcher. Give it a small woven basket and tell it to collect 3 tiny details from this moment. Perhaps the pattern of light on your eyelids. The exact temperature where breath touches the nostrils. The weight of your heel compared to your thumb. When it brings them, nod. Thank it. Send it to fetch 3 more. Worry tires quickly when asked to notice instead of predict. The old pine has stood for storms you were not alive to hear. It has watched arguments resolve into planting, funerals resolve into meals, winters resolve into green. It has no secret for this. It just stayed. Staying is not always easy for you. Your mind loves side roads. Tonight, let your body stay, and let your mind be escorted by needles' whisper until it finds staying plausible. If a memory tries to leave the shade and run, let it. Shade reaches farther than it thinks. Place your attention where the skull meets the neck. This is a hinge humans overuse. On the next exhale, let the back of the head grow heavy, as if resting into the palm of the sky. Let the throat widen by the width of a pine needle. Let the tongue fall like a leaf to the floor of the mouth. The pine would approve of this efficiency. Maximum calm for minimum effort. The sun slides, and the pine's shadow extends like an invitation to the path you are not walking. The temple bell lifts one note into evening and puts it down again. The sound finds needles, becomes a shiver of green, continues as something you feel more than hear. The day loosens its belt. The first star appears between 2 high branches and does not ask to be noticed. You notice anyway. If you want a last small ritual, try this. Turn your palms up as if receiving falling needles. On each exhale, let 1 needle land. 1 small kindness you can give yourself. Soften the brow. Forgive the unfinished email. Allow the body to be how it is. Choose the gentler thought. By the time you have collected a handful, sleep will have started its walk toward you from the far side of the grove. Night comes the way fog comes, by softening edges rather than announcing itself. The pine's trunk is a pillar of dark. Its needles are a textured sky. Creatures adjust their plans to the hush. Your breathing lengthens to match the needle's lullaby. You do not have to hold the world upright. The tree will do it for a few hours. You have 1 task only: rest in shade. Say inside, as simple as bark, as generous as branches, I am allowed to be here. Say it once for the body, once for the mind, once for the part of you that keeps watch. Then let even the words be needles falling, becoming part of the ground that holds you. You will sleep and the pine will keep its quiet watch, counting nothing, holding much, practicing the art it was born knowing, standing kindly. When you wake, the tree will still be tree. You will still be you, only lighter by a few leaves, stronger by a few rings, carrying the faint scent of resin and the memory of shelter into the day that will ask for both. A wooden gate stands in a low wall that surrounds nothing. From a distance, travelers assume a courtyard lies beyond. Up close, they see the wall runs a few steps in either direction and ends, and the gate frames the same world on both sides. Path, grass, sky. It has a lintel smooth with palms, hinges that answer every touch with an old, kind sound. People come anyway. They bow. They step through. Something loosens in their faces, though their feet stand where they stood. At first light, a stray cat makes the crossing and glances back as if to check whether the world has followed. Midday, a delivery boy darts through without thinking, and his shoulders drop as if a long errand had been finished. Toward evening, a pilgrim arrives with dust on his hems and heat at his temples. He studies the gate like a riddle carved from tree. He circles it, puts his hand on the wood, removes it, nods to no one, nods again. Then he steps through, and the nod becomes a sigh that empties a room inside him he didn't know was crowded. The gate does not test anyone. It does not ask for a password. It isn't even locked. It is practice, not prison. Stand before it now. Let your breath arrive like a traveler without luggage. Inhale and feel your feet remember ground. Exhale and feel a small weight, something you don't need, slide from shoulders to air. You are not asked to believe anything, only to notice that a threshold can change you even when it leads to where you already are. A novice once stood here all afternoon, waiting to feel worthy of crossing. The master came by with a bundle of kindling. "The gate doesn't mind," he said. "Walk through when your foot is ready." The novice watched his own foot the way one watches a shy animal at the edge of the forest. The readiness came from the ankle, not from philosophy. He stepped. The hinge answered with a soft, astonished joy, as if to say, "Thank you for letting me do the job I was built for." There are gates all over the body. The lips that part and soften. The teeth that separate by the width of a breath and let words rest. The throat that widens from hallway to river. The collarbones that open like small doors under the skin. The diaphragm that rises to let the inhale through and bows to let the exhale go. The eyelids that close not as shutters, but as curtains that make a room beautiful by dimming it. You can walk through them one at a time, a slow procession with no audience but your listening. Begin at the gate of the jaw. On the next exhale, let the teeth unmeet. Feel how the tongue sets its cup down on the floor of the mouth. Let the corners release their grip on the day's edge. Step through. Nothing changes, and everything does. Now the gate of the throat. Inhale as if the air were a guest who knows how to arrive. No knocking, no apology. Exhale as if you were saying to the guest, "This house is yours too." Step through the gate of the shoulders. Lift them to the lintel of a small stretch, then let them drop half an inch lower than they were. Step through the gate of the ribs. Breathe into the side doors, where breath rarely visits because it loves the front view. Feel the doors swing a little, creak a little, happily surprised. Step through the gate of the belly. Let it rise, honest and soft, without a guard. Step through the gate of the hips. Picture them as old hinges that prefer oil to force. On the exhale, melt a fraction toward the mattress, the chair, the ground, whatever is receiving you. Step through. The gate of the knees and ankles. Imagine the joints smiling. Let weight settle evenly foot to foot. Step through. The gate of the hands. Unclench fingers you didn't know were holding a rope. Let them become bowls turned upright, ready to hold nothing in particular. Step through. The gate of the eyes. Lower your lids until the world becomes a gentler world, then lower them a hair more. Step through. Each crossing is small and entire. When you forget, you don't go to the back of a line. You step again. The gate never uses the phrase, "too late." Sometimes people arrive carrying very careful keys. They shine them on their sleeves. They recite their names, certainty, explanation, effort. They try them in the lock that isn't there. The gate waits. The wind continues to go through first, demonstrating the curriculum. Eventually, someone laughs. The traveler, the gate, the wind, nobody knows, and the hand that was busy with keys is free to touch the wood. It's warm. The warmth says, "Living things have held me." The hand answers by relaxing, which is its first language. The wall is a courtesy to the idea of separation. Stand to one side, and you can step around. Stand in front, and you can step through. Either way, you are on your way. The only time it grows complicated is when you insist you must invent a new way. The gate looks taller then, and your boots suddenly feel unfit for holy places. But holiness isn't the gate's job. Usefulness is. It frames a moment so the moment can be seen. Look through. On the other side, the same grass, the same path, a different time. The light has shifted. The wind carries a slightly newer story. Between here and there is a timber that has listened to vows and gossip, to dawn complaints and dusk relief. The gate does not keep secrets, it keeps company. A child plays a game here. She runs toward the gate and stops, inches away, eyes squeezed shut. She takes one breath for courage, then another because the first was fun. And on the third, she steps through, eyes opening on the other side, as if she's entered a kingdom that looks and smells like this one, but has been quietly improved. She runs back around and does it again, discovering that joy enjoys repetition. You can borrow her rules. Pause, breathe, cross, smile, repeat. Sometimes a traveler arrives carrying something that resists crossing, a grudge, a sentence that wants to be said to someone who is not here, a mask that has fit so long the skin fears air. He stands, he sweats, he plans speeches to a piece of wood, he argues with the hinge. The master, on his way to fix a squeaky bucket, nods and says, "If it feels heavy, bow with it. Bow first, cross second." The traveller bows. The weight bows with him, surprised. When he rises, some of it stays bowed. He steps through lighter by a nod. Try that bow now, the one nobody sees. On the inhale, gather the day, its murmur, its victories, its small embarrassments, into your chest. On the exhale, tip forward inside by the width of a breath and say without words, "Thank you for your work. I'll take it from here." Some of it stays. Some of it goes to ground as all good compost does. Step through. The hinge has its own teaching. It is the intersection of fixed and moving. It thrives on a little oil now and then. Tea sipped standing in the doorway at afternoon. 10 minutes with a book you will not be tested on. A laugh that makes your ribs stutter. A nap you were not sure you were allowed. Rust is simply a hinge asking for gentler weather. You can pour a drop now, Inhale kindness, exhale noise. The hinge smiles in its metallic way. At night, the gate becomes dark shape against a darker shape. Moths practice passing through without touching. A late monk returns from the village with the smell of rain in his sleeves and steps through as if he is stepping into his own name. The gate says nothing, which is its favorite blessing. When the moon hangs just so, the shadow of the gate falls across the path like a second gate lying on the ground, inviting you to cross twice, once in wood, once in light. If thought is a guard who never got the order to go home, give it a stool by the gate. Let it sit and count passers-by. It loves counting. While it takes notes, you can cross unescorted. If the guard insists on questioning, answer with weather. Who goes there? Breath, purpose, rest. Most guards, when answered plainly, remember they are employees and not kings. There are seasons to crossing. In spring, the gate smells faintly of sap, and people step through with sleeves pushed up, ready to begin again. In summer, the wood is warm and a little sticky under the hand. The crossing feels like fruit. In autumn, leaves stick to the threshold and hitch rides on shoes. The crossing feels like letting go on purpose. In winter, the lintel is cold as a bell. The crossing feels like sound that chooses not to ring. None of these is the true crossing. All of them are. Inside you, a wall has been pretending to be continuous. Look closer. It ends after 2 steps in either direction. The gap is covered by habit and rumor. You have built gates there without noticing, one at the entrance to sleep, one at the beginning of kindness, one at the edge of grief. You can find them by the polish where you have touched them many times. Tonight, linger at the gate of sleep and see what happens when you stop rushing it. You might discover it opens inward. Here is a way, if you want one. With your next inhale, arrive at the gate. Feel the weight of the head balanced on the hinge of the neck, the spine like the post, the pelvis like the threshold. With your exhale, step through by a fraction you could not measure with a ruler, a softening of the jaw, a draining of speech from the tongue, a lengthening of the exhale's tail. Pause. Something unnameable nods. Inhale again, as if stepping back to bow. Exhale again, as if crossing more deeply. Repeat until the steps become the floor. You are not leaving anything behind that won't be here in the morning if needed. You are not abandoning duty, you are changing rooms. In this room, the furniture is simpler. A bed, a window, a gate that keeps opening because opening is what it does. A pilgrim once asked, "What if I cross and nothing happens?" The master pointed to the gate and said, "Cross again. And if still nothing, cross until you notice that even nothing is different when carried differently." The pilgrim stepped forward smiling, which is a kind of crossing too. If fear arrives, the kind with a rehearsed speech, let it walk with you to the threshold. Touch the wood together. Feel the grain, the trees it came from, the rain those trees drank, the hands that sawed and planed and set it here. Feel how many lives a single gate can gather. Say to fear, "You may pass first if you like." Fear, given the honor, often bows and forgets why it was loud. If it insists on staying, leave it a chair just inside. Sleep can host a guest at the door. Before you go, look once more at the wall. See how short it is. See how the gate is taller than anything it pretends to protect. See the sky on both sides. The wall was kindness, once. An idea to help the mind point to a place and say, "Here." The gate is a kindness now, an idea that says, through. Kindness evolves. The job is the same. Make room. Put a palm to the lintel, if only in imagination, and feel the coolness there. Put the other palm to your chest and feel the warmth there. One is the world that doesn't depend on you. One is the world that does. When they touch, crossing becomes inevitable and easy. Now 3 gentle passages to carry you from where you were working to where you can rest. First passage. From face to heart. Exhale and let the small muscles of the face fall like late leaves. Inhale into the cave behind the breastbone. The gate swings on a soundless hinge. Second passage. From heart to belly. Exhale and set the heart's cup down. Inhale and let the belly round, generous as earth. The gate opens wider than thought. Third passage. From belly to ground. Exhale and feel the weight travel down the long bones, through the soles, into the bed, into whatever holds the bed, into whatever holds that, until there is nowhere left to fall. The gate is beneath you now, and you have already crossed. If a last question lingers, small, polite, persistent, let the hinge answer, creak, yes. If a last image insists, lamp, doorway, a friend waiting on the other side, let it wait without impatience. Sleep is the friend. The lamp can go out by itself. In this night, there is a gate without gate, a door without door, a passage that is only a breath long and a world wide. Step as many times as you like. Every step is the same step. Every step is new. You begin here. You arrive here. You are welcomed by the same quiet that lined the beams and softened the handle and taught the wind to speak through slats. When the final hinge sigh happens inside you, you will not hear it. You will be on the other side, which is this side, which is the side where rest is ordinary. The gate will keep standing in the dark, happy to do nothing. The wall will keep ending 2 steps to the left and right. The stars will keep crossing with their ancient light. And you will sleep, not because you escaped, but because crossing is simply what breathing looks like when it bows. Dusk leans its shoulder against the hills, and the path learns to glow. Lanterns wake one by one, a rosary of small suns strung from eve to eve, casting round pools of honey on the stones. Crickets tune the seams between those pools. A breeze comes down from the pines carrying the odour of resin and soft earth, and the first star appears like a doorknob in the far room of the sky. Footsteps approach. Yours perhaps, measured, unhurried, the kind of steps that know where they are going, even when the mind is late to remember. Sandals scuff the familiar grit at the gate. Cloth whispers its small reply. Nothing announces, everything recognizes. The body loosens by a leaf's width, and then another. This is how home begins, not with trumpets, but with small recognitions lining up until they form a welcome. You pass under the lintel and feel the difference in air. Warmer by a breath, scented with wood that remembers rain. A low bowl of water waits by the threshold. You dip your hands, and the day releases its last claim on your skin. Droplets fall to the stones like tiny returning travelers. I went out. I came back. A mat receives your feet. The grain of the weave greets your soles as if it were reading a story written in your weight. Inside is the sort of quiet that has learned to be kind, not stern. A kettle at the edge of a low flame considers singing and decides to practice first. A cushion sits where it always sits, offering the same shape, the same permission. A folded blanket waits. It is not expensive. It is perfect. You touch one corner and something in the chest loosens the way a window latch loosens when the season turns. The master once said, "Wherever you accept the moment, you are home." He did not point to a building. He pointed to the face of a student who had finally stopped arguing with his breath. You can try it now. Inhale and notice the exact place where air first touches you, nostrils, throat, somewhere lower. Exhale and say, without sound, only inside, home. Again, inhale, arrival, exhale, home. Keep the words soft, like a lantern with paper sides. You set down what you carried from the day, not just the bag, but the bag of thoughts. The conversation you almost completed 10 different ways. The small success you were too modest to celebrate. The mild failure you turned into a louder one by replay. There is a basket near the door of the mind. Put them there. The basket has strong handles. It will be there in the morning, not offended if you leave it where it is. The rooms open like petals. In the first room, the air tastes faintly of tea and warm wood. In the second, a single flower leans toward nobody in particular. In the third, the window frames a thin wedge of the moon. You do not need to tour each room to believe in them. It is enough to feel the way the house, this body, exhales when you cross the sill. Home has rituals, small and exact. You smooth the blanket with your palm, not to erase wrinkles, but to remind yourself of gentleness. You light nothing because the light is sufficient. If there is a cup, you hold it with 2 hands. If there is nothing, you hold your palms together anyway and let warmth arrive from the inside. A practice remembered becomes a room. When you sit, the cushion gives slightly under your weight, like a friend leaning closer to hear. The spine rises with the memory of pine. The shoulders step down from their duty posts. The jaw rolls its keys and locks the doors it was guarding, satisfied that the night watch has arrived. Behind the eyes, the dimming begins, the way a street of lanterns starts to pinch their flames smaller when the path is safe. Think of all the thresholds you crossed today. Doors, streets, moments, moods. You were away in so many small ways. Now the crossings reverse themselves. The mind returns from its errands and places its coins on the table. Here is a bit of worry. Here is an old story. Here is a glimpse of beauty I almost forgot to tell you. You do not need to count the coins. You nod. You say, "Thank you for coming back." You say, "We're home now." Home is not a stage. It does not need your performance. Your breath is sufficient company, and your breath is generous. Listen. It arrives without invoices, leaves without complaint, and while it's here, it furnishes the room with warmth. On the inhale, feel the furniture of the body accept a little light, the brow smoothing, the throat unbuttoning, the ribs sighing open. On the exhale, watch each piece settle where it belongs. Everything returns to where it is best at being useful. If the day tries to knock again, if some stray obligation comes tapping its foot, let it see the sign you've hung. Come back in the morning. If it insists, sit it at the table and pour it a thimbleful of patience. Most visitors get drowsy when you treat them kindly. Most will fall asleep before you do. You can tuck a blanket around them with one thought, and then forget which chair they took. Walk the house of yourself the way you'd walk a beloved place at night. Slow, grateful, unafraid of the dark corners. In the room of the head, turn off the bright lamp of analysis and leave on a nightlight of curiosity. In the room of the chest, draw the curtains but crack them just enough for a star to look in. In the room of the belly, bank the embers till morning and lay out a bowl labelled ease. close each door with a latch that has never once slammed. This place remembers you when you forget you. The floorboards know your particular creak. The pillow knows the map of your cheek. The blanket knows which part of you asks for extra warmth and which part prefers to speak to the night air. You are not a guest here. You are the one the walls recognize by heartbeat. Outside, the path continues glowing in its thoughtful dotted line. A fox pads past, wearing the night like a well-fitted coat. The lanterns do not chase it, they simply allow. Wind rehearses a small idea in the bamboo and decides it is good enough. The temple bell does not ring, its silence rings instead. Everything knows where to be. Inside, the kettle lifts its voice and is answered, not with bustle, but with a single, contented pour. Steam rises and paints nothing on the air. The cup holds the warmth only long enough to share it. Then emptiness returns, which in this house is not lack, but space. Space for breath, space for sleep, space for the kind of dreaming that does not separate you from yourself. If you need a doorway to carry you deeper in, stand again at the threshold of the breath. Inhale like a traveler stepping onto the first stone of a path he has walked 100 times and still loves. Exhale like that same traveler stepping onto the second stone. Nothing new happens, and yet the heart says yes. Repeat stones 3 and 4. Somewhere between 5 and 6, the path is carrying you more than you are walking it. The mind may ask for stories before bed. Offer it a simple one, a room with a window, a bed that remembers, a person returning, the night that opens. If it wants a character, let it be a lantern, learning how to be a star by practicing all night. If it wants a plot, let it be the plot of breath. Comes, goes, returns. If it wants an ending, let it be a door closing without sound and a cat nesting in the hollow of your knees. The mind will be satisfied with such honest things. Home is also the body's way of saying, you can stop now. Stop being clever, brave, efficient, entertaining. Start being heavy in the places made for weight, the back of the head, the shoulders, the ribs, the hips, the calves. Let gravity be your host. It pulls out a chair for you with old-fashioned courtesy and insists you sit. When you do, gratitude starts pouring the tea. From far away, a remembered voice. Wherever you accept the moment, you are home. You do not have to reach for acceptance like a tool on a high shelf. You can meet it like a friend at a table already set. On an inhale, consent to this breath. On an exhale, consent to this letting go. The table is full. If loneliness knocks, the house has room for that guest too. Give it the porch swing. Sit with it for a breath or 3 and listen to the night insects tune the distance. Loneliness often only wants to be seen finding its way home as well. It will leave when it recognizes your doorway from the inside. If gratitude knocks, it never demands a large gesture. It asks to wash one cup and place it upside down to dry. It asks to touch the doorframe as you pass. It asks to gather the blanket at your chin and name one thing that did not ask to be beautiful and was anyway. A wren tilting its head at noon, the sound of rain on someone else's roof, the way your own name sounded when said softly. Name it and feel the house nod. You can tidy the mind with the lightest touch. Imagine a soft bristled brush in your hand. On an exhale, sweep once across the brow, another across the eyes, one under the cheekbones, over the mouth, along the throat, down the chest, under the ribs, over the belly, across the hips, thighs, shins, feet. Not to make anything perfect, to make it possible. Consider the architecture you carry. Bones as beams, muscles as walls that breathe, skin as a roof that lets in stars. Place a tiny lantern at each corner post, shoulders, hips, and one in the center of the house, just beneath the sternum. Watch the light soften, not brighten. Watch it become the kind of light that tells every room the same sentence. You are safe enough to dim. When the last tasks roll their shoulders and release you, keys placed on the dish, notes left for the morning, kettle emptied to quiet, turn toward the place where night has prepared a bed exactly your size. Lie down as if the earth were a loyal animal settling around you. The pillow offers its old comfort. The blanket completes the sentence your body began. Your hands do nothing and are proud of themselves for it. Breathe the simplest rhythm. In, arrive, out, belong. In, arrive, out, belong. If a thought interrupts, let it take one turn. In, arrive, out, belong. It will learn the tune. If it does not, open a side door and let it watch from the porch with the other polite distractions. The house remains whole. Lanterns outside begin their long bow to night. One winks, then holds. Another sighs and chooses to glow smaller. A third steadies. A fourth leans. You hear the minute crick of wood remembering it is tree. You hear, beneath everything, the quiet that holds all rooms in place. It is the same quiet that stood beside you when you didn't know where you were going. It has only been waiting for you to notice its address. If prayer visits you, worded or wordless, it will be brief and complete. Thank you here. Or please keep. Or no words at all, only the feeling of placing your forehead on the floor of the moment. The house understands every language. The house answers by standing. Sleep approaches down the hallway with the gait of something you grew up with. It does not knock loudly. It knows where the loose board is and steps over it. It smells like clean cotton and the memory of being carried. It finds you with ease because you are not hiding. You left the door unlatched inside. Breathe once more with the whole house, roof to floor, floor to sky. Let the inhale roll like a soft wave from crown to heels. Let the exhale draw the tide back, leaving the sand smoothed and gleaming. The wave returns, less interested in making an impression. The tide withdraws, more interested in making room. With each cycle, a lamp goes out somewhere, on the porch, in the hall, by the window, until only the small lamp in the center glows like a heart that has decided to sleep with you. The master would smile if he could see you now, not because you did it correctly, but because you discovered there was nothing difficult to do. Wherever you accept the moment, you are home. The sentence folds itself and tucks into your breath. You don't need to hold it. It stays. Outside, the last lanterns practice their gentle disappearances. One more flickers, then settles. Another trails its light into the dark as a ribbon trails into a drawer. The path is still there even when the points of gold have gone to rest. Inside, your rooms are faithful. The blanket is a small field. The pillow is the slope where a moon might set. You have returned without moving. The house of yourself closes its eyes, one window at a time. Breath draws the curtains. The floor quiets its boards. The door leans into its frame with a contented click only you can hear. Welcome home. Stay as long as night lasts. When morning opens every room again, you will rise, carry the house with you, and wherever you accept the first light, you will already be home.